Mayor of Reykjavik, honorable speakers, dear guests, good morning. Many people that come to Iceland ask about the elves. What do they look like? Can I see one? Can I keep one? I can tell you, I'm not an elf, although I'm wearing high heels and I've lived in Iceland all my life. My name is Líf Bergþórsdóttir. I'm a CEO of Nova, a mobile operator in Iceland owned by Novator, and it's an honor to open this event. What I can tell you about Iceland is that it can be quite harsh to live here. Some say it's on the limit of being habitable. And through the ages, we have had our share of diseases, volcano eruptions, earthquakes, cold, dark winters, and well, ice, lot of ice. Still, we are among the happiest nations in the world. Why? Iceland's prosperity has been miraculous since the beginning of last century. Of course, we've had our ups and downs, but nobody's perfect, not even elves. Our country is rich in natural resources, such as the fish in the sea and, of course, geothermal energy. And over the past few years, tourism has become an important industry in Iceland. And you can say the same about tourists as you can say about fish. It's not enough just to catch them, you have to do more than that to create value. It is the economy, stupid, is a famous phrase. And yes, economic progress is highly important, but as we will be discussing here today, we also need to focus on so many other things. And one thing that I would particularly like to mention is Iceland's success in gender equality. We are very proud of being on top of the list in equality between men and women. And obviously, that adds greatly to our economic well-being and happiness. But what really makes people happy is hard to say. One way to increase happiness is to share it, and that may be our biggest task. To share our happiness with people less fortunate than us. Today, most importantly, refugees, people on the run in Europe. Icelanders have a lot of things to be grateful for, proud of, and happy about. The program for the day is exciting, and we are extremely happy to have Professor Michael Porter with us here today. And I will now like to welcome Mr. Michael Green, the CEO of SBI, who will be the moderator for this conference. I wish you all a great day.
Thank you so much, Liv. Ladies and gentlemen, when we watch the news every night, it can seem that the world is getting worse and worse and worse. But the pessimists and doomsayers who think the world can't get better are simply wrong. The evidence shows that we can really improve the quality of life of everyone on this planet. And that's what this conference here is to demonstrate. We've brought social innovators, thought leaders from all corners of this world together to come and share and talk about how we can solve our world's biggest problems. So on behalf of Social Progress Imperative and GECON, our partners in organising this conference, I just want to say to you all, welcome. Thank you for coming and being part of this conversation. I really want to highlight our hashtag, WhatWorks2016. We've got a team monitoring that. Please do send in your thoughts and feedback. Special welcome also to all the people watching the live stream. Please be part of this conversation as well. Join in, use the hashtag, and really share your thoughts as we come through this whole conference. It's great to be here in Iceland. It's great to be here in Reykjavik. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful city. And so I'm very pleased to introduce, to welcome us all here, the Mayor of Reykjavik, Mr. Dagur Eggertsson.
Thank you. Well, dear guests, it's an honor to be with you here this morning. Welcome to Reykjavik. I see a group of incredible diversity and talent, and I'm actually already convinced that this gathering will be a success, and together we will learn how we can make cities and actually the world a better place. I'm proud that you've chosen Reykjavik to host this conference of social innovators from all continents, gathering here to identify how social progress can be achieved and measured. And actually, I think that this is one of the most important tasks of national, regional, and local governments across the world, because what we measure is very often what we strive at. So it's very important that we get that right. How can we ensure the basic needs of our citizens? How can we secure the well-being of all? But not least, how do we provide the necessary opportunities for everyone? Fundamentally, these questions are the ones that ensure real prosperity. Although we have the conventional GDP and job growth measurements that indicate important economic conditions, they do not necessarily explain prosperity or the differences that we see in the measured well-being or even health of nations, cities, or regions. My background is in medicine, and research are piling up, connecting health and health outcomes, not as much to GDP as to equality and trends from inequality. And as Liv mentioned, there are factors that seem to be stronger and more important than those traditionally connected to health, those being factors like women's rights, literacy, and clean water. And I think that part of Iceland's success and other communities' success rest upon this, but one of the strongest factors going through all these research is actually equality. And as follows, equal opportunities. After the crash of the banks, we had a lot to do in Iceland. One of the things we set up was a long-term vision for the country called Iceland 2020. At least then it felt like a long-term vision, although 2020 is basically tomorrow. And there we were studying different ways of measuring social progress. I remember having read through an unusually long report by Amartya Sen and Joseph Stiglitz on this very issue, and going through a lot of Professor Porter's work as well. So it gives me personally great pleasure to welcome you all here, because I think that this is a key element of public policy, having a long-term vision on how we measure social progress, what we want to implement to make it happen in a good way. And the Social Progress Index is very much in line with urban policy, focusing on quality of life above all, and a lot of policy initiatives in the city of Reykjavik from day-to-day basis, running the city and planning for the future. After discussion with the Social Progress Imperative, we have actually decided to take our collaboration one step further. The Social Progress Imperative and the City of Reykjavik will announce later today that the capital of Iceland will be actually the first city in Europe to use the Social Progress Index to map and improve the well-being of all its residents in close collaboration with your specialists. We see in national comparison that Iceland is already a leading country in the world on social progress, but we think that using these concepts, these techniques, and these measurements can make Reykjavik even a better place for its citizens and contribute through collaboration on how to measure cities' progress in the right direction. So we're excited. This initiative should also give renewed confidence that local and national governments should always improve the life of the citizens. And I want to congratulate the organizers with the ambitious agenda that lies ahead of you today and tomorrow, and wish you a successful meeting. Let's do this annually afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, that's fantastic news. Thank you. We're really looking forward to collaborating with you and your team and having another reason for me to come back to Reykjavik. Thank you. Every initiative starts with an idea. Someone throwing an idea out there, taking a risk. We're here today because my friend and collaborator, Matthew Bishop, whose day job is with The Economist and who the rest of the time commits an enormous amount of energy to the work of Social Progress Imperative. Matthew, I think now about 6 or 7 years ago, had an idea that has grown into the Social Progress Imperative and this conference today. So I'm very pleased here to welcome Matthew to tell us a bit of the story why social progress matters. Matthew.
Can't begin to tell you how excited I am to be here to discuss why the Social Progress Index is working and has the potential to really change the world. As Michael says, the idea began many years ago. Actually, the first meeting where the idea was floated was back in Dubai in 2009, when a group of social entrepreneurs, philanthropists, public policy people, academics sat together in a room and were given a task of coming up with an idea that might have a significant impact on the state of the world. And somewhere out of that discussion came the thought that what we needed was an index. And I'll talk a bit about that in a second. But I'm so pleased that so many of you have traveled from every corner of the world to be here. And I am so looking forward to the discussions that we're going to be having throughout the rest of today. It really is, I believe, the most important conversation, or one of the most important conversations taking place on the planet, and the implications from this of what happens at this conversation, will live on and will make people's lives better, I believe. So, back in Dubai, this was a meeting organized by the World Economic Forum, and I think like many great ideas, there are many parents. This is an idea that definitely has some unlikely fellow travelers as well. And the World Economic Forum brought us together as part of their Global Agenda Council process, which was a vastly ambitious project to bring experts from around the world together to come up with big new ideas. The setting, as you all know, was the complete failure of the prevailing economic model during the year 2008, where really, I think much of what the Forum and other organizations had stood for so long was lying in ruins. And literally, as we flew out of Dubai after that meeting, Dubai let it be known that they'd just been bailed out by the neighboring emirate. So it was just a time of great difficulty. And sitting there as social entrepreneurs and social innovators, tasked with coming up with an important idea, the most striking conclusion that we reached was that we literally, whilst knowing that there was a new form of social innovation taking place that broke out of the traditional silos, where government was really leading social innovation and business was wealth creating and so forth, that this new movement of bringing entrepreneurial social change to bear, it lacked the practical tools and techniques of actually measuring its own performance and knowing what was working and what wasn't. And the conclusion in that group was that of all the things that would improve our ability as a planet to innovate socially and deliver greater levels of social progress, proper measurement and the ability to compare each other's performance was absolutely crucial. And so that was the idea as chairman that I was sent away from that committee meeting to develop, and I sat down with Michael Green and we drafted a concept paper and worked on that, consulted incredibly widely, and found that yes, there really was an appetite for this. There was a sense that the GDP measure that had become the main yardstick for how countries and places judge their own performance, that had been shown to be a dangerously unreliable guide, but particularly by the crash. There was a sense too that the Human Development Index, though it had pioneered a broader way of thinking about how countries were performing, was just too narrow and too blunt and too highly correlated with the GDP to really be a useful tool for us to use in making policy decisions on an idea like social progress, which is so much broader than what's in the Human Development Index. And we consulted incredibly widely. I mean, the people who were in that room, there's so many great names. I mean, Jacqueline Novogratz, who founded Acumen, Jed Emerson, one of the pioneering thinkers about blended value and impact investing, Andrea Coleman, Riders for Health, and a bunch of other social entrepreneurs, people from the Skoll Foundation, Avena Foundation. A lot of very, very important people had from all parts of the world had an impact in the early years of just saying we do need this index. And the interesting thing about the World Economic Forum's approach was that they said we do not want any ideas that have financial consequences for us at the World Economic Forum. That the real test of a good idea is that you can go out into the world and actually make this idea fly by building movements, getting people to finance it and so forth. And in the early years, a group of foundations and companies stepped forward to help us look at this idea and develop it, including Avena and Skoll and Deloitte and Cisco and Banco Compartamos in Mexico, all of whom played an invaluable role. But it became very clear as we went along that getting from a good idea and seeing something that was really needed to actually delivering something that was a useful tool in practice would require some real serious thinkers coming in and doing real intellectual work. And as we sat around in our board meeting, we concluded that there was no person we would rather have lead that work than Michael Porter. And it became our goal to persuade him to join the cause and become the leader, one of the leaders of this movement. And you know, what can I say about Michael? I mean, from the earliest days of my career, he has been someone who's inspired my work. My first job was at London Business School in a think tank, trying to apply some of the insights from his work on competitiveness and competitive advantage to British economic policy making. I think when The Economist hired me away from that job, they were hoping they were getting their own version of Michael Porter, and they've been regretting that choice ever since. But you know, he had actually worked there for a while, and I think developing some of his own ideas, and then as Michael Green and I wrote about philanthrocapitalism, we found that Michael had been one of the few people who'd actually written in an interesting way about the competitive dynamics of the philanthropy and non-profit sector, and that very much inspired our thinking in that area. And then later, I mean, other work he's done on clusters, on public policy around health, and on shared value and how companies can play a positive role in building a better society. All of that stuff made him the obvious person, if we could excite him about the idea to be the chairman of our advisory board. And there are chairmen of advisory boards that do nothing, and there are chairmen of advisory boards that make things work. And Michael, I think, is the opposite of that kind of academic who sits in an ivory tower and does nothing. He's an economist that has had a massive impact on the real world. And the Social Progress Index would not be here today without what he has contributed to it. Particularly, as we sat there in Dubai, we were inspired by something called the Competitiveness Report that the World Economic Forum had put out, and Michael had played a very early role in developing. And what was brilliant about that was that over a period of 25, 30 years, the annual Competitiveness Index had changed how every government saw itself, and they became competitive around business competitiveness. And the goal with the Social Progress Index is that there will be that similar conversation around what makes a society successful in delivering progress for its citizens, what works, as our hashtag today and our agenda today highlights. And so to have got to that stage where we are able to have a real conversation about what works is tremendously exciting. It's been exciting to me to see some governments adopt SPI as part of their way of evaluating their own performance, to have conversations with businesses, more enlightened businesses that want to see what their impact is on their community, to see social entrepreneurs try and use SPI as a guide. I was very excited to go to Bogota last year for the first index, where we saw a city do what Reykjavik is planning now to do, to go down to the level of every electoral district and compare each district's performance against the other districts in the city on using the SPI, and that gives them the ability to actually allocate money and time and resources in a way that they're going to be able to see whether those policies and expenditures are really working. That is what this is all about. This is not just an index for the sake of an index. This is a tool for people of action, people who want to build the kind of amazing future that the world committed to at the UN last year with the global goals. This is a visionary movement, but with a movement that's based on a belief that we are what we measure to a considerable extent, and that being able to identify the evidence for what works is crucial for us scaling up the best ideas and really delivering the massive progress that the world wants to see over the next 10 or 15 years. I could not be more excited to be here. I'm really looking forward to the conversations later today. I'm excited by conversations we've already had. Yesterday we talked with Facebook about how some of the new data that this big data movement of digital businesses and around the world, this new data is generating that may allow us to take a step change forward in terms of our ability to measure what's really going on. This is an exciting moment, an exciting conversation, and one that I think we're going to look back on and say this is part of how we succeeded in achieving the global goals and making life on the planet more sustainable and better for almost everybody, hopefully everyone on it. So I'm looking forward to today's conversations, and thank you all again so much for being here and for being participants in an index that is a movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Karl Marx said, "The philosophers have so far only described the world in various ways. Our job is to change it." Michael Porter is the living proof that Karl Marx was wrong. He is a philosopher, a thinker, who has already changed the world once with his work on strategy. He's changed the world twice with his work on competitiveness, and he's going to change the world again in an even bigger, better way with his work on social progress. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Porter.
Well, Michael, that was a little embarrassing. And if it weren't you, I would be anything. I'm flattered, frankly. And Mike, Matthew, thanks for recounting to all of us here that story. I was sitting, at Harvard one day, going about my normal work, and this group of people walked in the door, including Michael, and they actually had a secret weapon. They brought with them a guy named Maurizio Biondi Mora, who had been the rector of INCAI, the leading business school in Latin America, and he was an old friend of mine, and we had done some other project together, and he came in and said, "Gee, we have this idea. We need your help." And it was the last thing I thought I'd ever do, but I think it was a compelling idea at a compelling moment, and boy, am I glad we started down this path. And what I'd like to do here is first of all thank Liv and the mayor and Matthew and Michael for all the kind words they've already said. Mayor, we're extremely excited about working with you and your team to build this city index here. But what I'd like to do is give you an overview of what the Social Progress Index really is, how it works, and sort of tee up what's going to happen today. For our whole effort, which is now a multiple-year effort, this is a inflection point. Over the last 3 or 4 years, with help from a lot of you and critique and feedback and commentary and a terrific research team, we've constructed a measurement framework that tries to do the audacious thing of measuring the health of a society holistically. I think we've learned a lot about that, and that will continue to get better. We continually need better data and metrics so that we can measure things more precisely. There are things that are important that we can't yet quite measure the right way, and we're excited about discussions like Facebook because there's new ways to measure today, new ways to gather information that we never had before. So the work of measuring will continue, because I think I agree with all those who say that the measurement is profoundly important to driving change. I've seen that in my own life. I've seen that at the Global Competitiveness Report. But measurement is only the tool for actually what we care about, really care about, and that is actually making things better. And today's meeting is for us a major transition to not just measure, but now start thinking about, with the measures, how do we drive improvement? What do we learn about what works? And if we can understand what works, and if we can understand who's doing it, who's making it work, and if we can dig down deeply into the underpinnings of that, and if we can develop the intellectual architecture that allows us to understand why change happens and what the dimensions of that change are, then, of course, we're really starting to do something important. So that is the moment that this meeting represents for us, and we're tremendously excited to be here in Reykjavik. This is a country that I know well. I've had a chance to work with leaders here for a number of years, more on the economic side and partly on the health side. But I think today Iceland is providing a platform for what I hope will be a global effort that gets deeper and deeper and richer and provides a structure that I think we've been lacking for accelerating social change. We've made a lot of progress, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment, but I think we can go farther, we can go faster, and we can go deeper. So that's what this is all about. So I think the kind of roots of the Social Progress Index have been given, the outlines have been already described. If you believe in measurement, I think we did a good job on the economic side in trying to build a framework for measuring how an economy was doing. And ultimately, the scorecard at the end of the day was GDP per capita, but that was kind of where it all came together around the economy. And through the Global Competitiveness Report and through a whole variety of other things, we developed kind of a systematic way of thinking about economic progress and how to actually measure the dimensions of that. And that got richer and richer over time. And as Matthew said, it really became something that every country worried about. Every country every year looked at their numbers and said, oh my gosh, we got to improve. How do we do that? And so it created a whole movement that I think on the economic side was really quite powerful. And I saw it with my own eyes because I work with many countries and many leaders, and I saw how they responded to that data. So we've had a good effort on the economic side, but I think it's now very widely accepted that we just can't measure economic success. That somehow doesn't capture all the things we need to know. We have to measure more broadly, how's the society doing? Are we creating a world in which ultimately people will truly achieve what they hopefully want to achieve, which is a better life, a better standard of living. I think the economic development efforts increasingly are starting to bring this in because we're now much more sensitive about issues of inclusive growth, not just economic growth, but inclusive growth. We're worried about whether prosperity is really shared across the society. So even on economic development, I think we've come to realize that if we're going to go further, we've got to broaden the set of concepts that we're thinking about in terms of what creates success. But in order to do that, we've got to see how economic and social actually come together. We've got to see how these things relate. And we simply were not able to do that. We've really had no systematic data or framework that's allowed us to look at the linkages between how our economies are progressing and how our societies are progressing. And really that at the core is the fundamental effort. And as somebody interested in economic development, I got very excited about this because I don't think we're going to understand economic development actually until we understand social development. And we really had no way of rigorously attacking that. We had a lot of great work on social development. We had a lot of great work on what are the things that matter in a society, that make a society better. There's a huge, vast literature there. But that was very sort of balkanized, siloed. Lots of great work in lots of different areas, but we had no way of pulling that together. And this effort was an attempt to try to do that. So let me talk a little bit about what we did. The kind of traditional idea was that social progress happens based on economic progress. If we can improve GDP per capita and the resources available in a society, life gets better. And as you'll see, that's true. There's quite a strong correlation between economic success and ultimately social progress, and we'll see that in a moment. But we also found that sometimes it didn't seem to work. Just because a country was improving economically, just because GDP per capita went up, didn't necessarily translate into a better society. And in fact, when we were developing this work, the kind of Arab Spring was very, very high on our minds. Because here we had a number of countries, not all, but a number of countries that were really burning up the track in terms of economic progress. Good numbers economically, but yet people were in the streets, unhappy with their circumstances. So the traditional model was economic development drives social progress, but ultimately we saw in some cases that didn't seem to happen. It wasn't automatic. And then, of course, we also started to see that often social factors seem to be out in front of economic development. That is, the capacity of countries to have economic vitality and continue to improve over time their economic circumstances, and job growth and income growth and so forth. They seem to have some underlying social roots which allowed that to be happening. And so once again, all roads led to the need to actually measure social progress. But the question is, how do you do that? We have no definition of social progress. We have probably a billion definitions of social progress historically. We had a lot of great work that looked at dimensions of this question, but the challenge we had, which was a fascinating one that frankly we'll never finish, the fascinating challenge was, how do we create a framework to actually measure this notion of social progress, and how do we measure it directly? This is a very important word, directly. The traditional view had been, if we just understood the economics piece, then that would sort of give us that would indirectly measure social progress. But we believe that we had to try to measure social progress directly, and in a framework that was holistic, that was not issue by issue, but that looked at all issues simultaneously, because ultimately that would help us see how various issues related to each other, and how to really think about the process of what social progress looks like. Again, lots of experts, lots of scholars in the world that we drew heavily on. We invented almost none of this. But frankly, what we were able to do because of this effort was to try to pull it together and organize it into a measurement framework. And the measurement framework really started with some fundamental premises and fundamental design principles. There had been a long tradition, as Matthew mentioned, of going beyond GDP. Really, Simon Kuznets was the founder of GDP. GDP dates back to 1934. Most people think it dates back to Adam Smith, but it actually dates back to 1934 as a way of organizing the way you look at an economy. But even when Simon Kuznets sort of introduced GDP, it's fascinating. He was worried that it would become the measure, and he knew it was too narrow. And it's really quite striking in his writings of the day. And growing out of that had been multiple efforts to go beyond GDP, and of course the pioneer was Amartya Sen. And the first great step forward was the Human Development Index, HDI, which combined GDP and measures of education and health in one composite index. And that has been sort of the grandfather of all of these efforts. But these efforts have continued to proliferate through various distinguished commissions and other bodies. The OECD developed a framework. Various other organizations developed frameworks that tried to capture beyond GDP, to measure some of the dimensions of society. And of course, we drew on all of those, but we felt that we needed to go the next step. And the next step involved these four fundamental design principles. First, we had to separate the measurement of social progress from the measurement of economic progress. If we put those two things in the same measurement system, we could not take them apart. They conflated each other. As Matthew said, the problem with the Human Development Index is it was so heavily correlated with GDP per capita because GDP per capita was one of the measures. And we had to pull apart the economic and the social and measure the social directly. Now, there's some complicated areas there, like employment. Some people believe that employment has clearly an economic impact. You get paid if you have a job. But a lot of people see employment as more than just economic, and it has to do with your feeling of self-worth and your feeling of contribution, and it's also a social thing. So there's difficult areas that may be somewhere in between purely economic and purely social, but we believe that we had to focus on the social. Then, once we had that, we could compare that measurement system with our economic measures and see how they related. For the first time in history, we've never known, ever, whether social progress relates to economic growth, in what way, how strongly, We've never known that because we've never measured the two separately and we've never been able to see those relationships. Now we're just beginning to understand that. The second thing we decided was that we needed a measure that was based on outcomes in social progress. Outcomes, not effort, not how much money we were spending, not how many organizations there were. Outcomes, results. And our framework was based on really measuring the lived experience of human beings as they went through their lives in a variety of dimensions. We are very interested in the work on happiness, and we think that's fascinating and important work. That said, happiness is a subjective thing. And it has to do mostly with what people feel and they register in surveys. And that's critically important to know. But we were focused not on happiness, but on the actual lived experience of human beings that we would measure directly, as opposed to using happiness as sort of a proxy for whether things were going well. Okay, we wanted to measure the pieces of what was going well or poorly in the process. So outcomes, not inputs, not sort of the feeling, but the actual results. Number three, we wanted a framework that really aimed to encompass all countries at all levels of development. A lot of the work here has been done on low-income countries, on poverty, poor countries, poor communities, but it's a much broader question, and it affects every community. No community has maximized, optimized forever social progress. So as you'll see, the framework is quite broad, and we feel that is one of its strengths. And then finally, we wanted it to be actionable. And that really brings us to today. We wanted to be measuring at a level of specificity and rigor that we could actually be measuring things that we could actually affect and change. And there was a pretty clear line of sight about what we were measuring and what we were then going to try to change. And that is again, a little bit different than some of the early efforts that looked at fairly broad aggregate indicators that were really not actionable at the level of government and other stakeholders. So this is the definition of social progress that we came up with, the team. This was a scary thing to try to do. Who are we to define social progress? But again, based on a vast literature and a lot of great work, we came to the conclusion that this simple phrase was a pretty good way of capturing what we were talking about. And it had to do with really three big parts. Number one, it had to do with meeting basic human needs that every human being has. Number two, it had to do with creating the foundational elements that could allow every individual to improve the quality of their life, and the community in which they live that life. And then number three was this idea of opportunity. It's not just providing for needs, it's not just giving the tools and allowing people to improve the quality of life, it's the opportunity to do that in whatever way an individual wanted and choose to pursue. And that got into a whole other set of factors such as, rights, people's rights. And were they able to exercise those rights? Because you can't pursue opportunity if there's discrimination or if there's other blockages that you encounter in the society. This broad definition then translated into this measurement framework that I'm sure most of you have seen before, or many of you have, and if you haven't, there's a wonderful report that really describes this, I think, in quite a powerful way. The three pieces I talked about a minute ago turn into three dimensions. We call these dimensions: basic human needs, foundations of well-being, and opportunity. And each dimension, of course, is multifaceted in terms of what the elements of that dimension are. And even and we call that next level components. So a basic human needs, part of it is nutrition and basic medical care. And part of it is shelter. And those are very different things, but they're part of that ultimate human needs setting. And as we'll see later, under each of the components are more indicators, because these are multifaceted concepts. And the aim here was to break this down to the level that it gets actionable. We've got to get down to a level where we can measure specific things that you can imagine changing and you can think about changing. What we were able to do there is kind of take it at this moment in history to this level, which has to do with, again, the same three dimensions, the key components under each dimension, but now down to specific indicators of specific aspects of that dimension of or component of social progress. Now, here we have a need to be tethered by the data we have. So there's been a huge improvement in the measurement on the social agenda side, on the social progress side, but we still have many, many things that we can't measure exactly the way we would like to measure. And one of the social progress imperatives' major jobs is to drive measurement and better data. And we're, I think, making some great progress there. We're working with a lot of the leading organizations around the world to do that. But right now, we have the best available measures that are consistent, that are comparable on an international basis, and we've got a measurement framework, and we're in the process of trying to make that better and better. This has been very much of an iterative effort. We've been through, I think, 3 cycles. Whenever we put out a framework, we get a lot of comments and a lot of thoughts. And a lot of, oh, you left that out, or, oh, this measure doesn't work, or our country isn't captured fairly in that data. That's not really the truth about what our country is doing. We hear all the time, and we're in an iterative process to try to, first of all, drive the quality of this thinking and the framework better to a better level, but also to drive the data to a better level and take this even further. Now, what have we learned? Well, the first kind of interesting thing to look at is how's the world doing on social progress? And this is a chart that really reflects that. The way the measurement system is structured is that each indicator and each is put on a scale. And 0 is absolutely horrible. The worst you could possibly imagine. And 100 is the best ever in human history that we could possibly imagine given the reality of what's happened. So every social progress indicator goes from 0 to 100. It's scaled. And this chart says, okay, for each of the categories, each of the components, and the overall social progress indicator, weighted by population in the world, how's the world doing? So on the left-hand side, you see that the average level of social progress in the world, weighted by population, is 61. Okay? 0 is the worst we could possibly imagine. 100 is the best we could ever, we have ever achieved or can imagine achieving. So we're at about 60. And that is that good? Well, it's better than 50. But ultimately, that would be more in the line of a country like Kazakhstan. So the average of the world is roughly at that level. What is interesting here is which areas does the world do the best on? And here you see there are 2 spikes. One is on nutrition and basic medical care, and the other is on access to basic knowledge. And I think it's very notable that those were 2 key Millennium Development Goals. And we spent a lot of energy with a fairly concrete, set of goals on those areas. and look at what's happened. I mean, we're at a very high level there in terms of dealing with these very basic things. I mean, this is not anywhere near success, but it's at least exciting. The degree to which on those areas we've moved quite far. And we're going to hear some interesting people today talk about how that actually happened and how to do it well. But it's interesting when you look at things like personal safety and sustainability of our ecosystem, and particularly opportunity. The world is struggling with these things. And one of the things that comes up over and over again in looking at social progress around the world is this thing on the right, opportunity. We kind of lurch and move our way towards getting better on, shelter and access to information and communications ability for citizens and things like that. We lurch our way forward. But on this opportunity stuff, personal rights, very uneven performance. And the opportunity dimension is something that I think we really believe the Social Progress Index brings a lot of focus on as critical to this whole equation of making the world a better place. This comes up over and over again. Now, this is just the first half of the 133 countries that we can now benchmark, and you can see quickly the list. And Iceland is up near the top. Remarkable. Way above the U.S. Way above the U.S. Wipes out the U.S. on social progress. There's a lot, you can see the other countries. The focus today is not so much on the aggregate score, but looking at what causes that and using that to gain insight about how to improve. Okay? What's perhaps more interesting, and you may have seen before, is what happens now when we have this comprehensive framework for measuring social progress that has been, kind of improved and improved and improved now for a number of years. What if you now compare this to GDP per capita? What does that look like? And this is that relationship. So as GDP per capita goes up, that's moving to the right. As GDP per capita goes up, social progress goes up. Okay? So the idea that economic affects social or is related to social is true. In fact, it's quite strong. But what's interesting there is how much variation there is. The fact that we have some countries that are better than expected, given their economic, and other countries that are worse than expected on social progress, given their economic, and those are big differences. That's very interesting. So it's clear that we couldn't just use economics to forecast social progress. That was flawed. We've proven that. We have to look at the social progress directly, which we now can do. This also shows that the relationship with income is non-linear. That is, you make very rapid progress in social progress as incomes goes up from low income status. So if you look at how much happens between 0 income and 10,000 GDP per capita, you see, it goes up like a rocket ship. The dimensions of social progress. But then as you get higher, it starts to turn, it's harder. It's harder to keep improving social progress as income goes up and up. And that's because there's headwinds. There's headwinds. When you get up to higher levels of income, you start having health headwinds. People have enough money, they start eating too much. We have enough economic activity, we start harming the environment. So there's headwinds. How these headwinds work and how to think about those is something that I think will be increasingly better understood as we go through this process. If we look at the big dimensions, basic human needs and what we call foundations of well-being and opportunity, we see that the blue, basic human needs, that is where the relationship with income is the strongest. it goes, that blue line goes up very steeply and gets to a very high level. You almost reach perfection if your income is just high enough. Now, yes, it's nonlinear, but not very nonlinear. But look at opportunity, the green line. Look at how opportunity, does improve as you go from very low income to low income, but opportunity is a tough one to create, even as societies get quite wealthy. So this whole area of how to create a society where there's good opportunity, where there's rights, where people can make their own choices about life, where they have those are accessible choices that they can make to move themselves to whatever they want to achieve. That's hard. And the performance and relationship with income is very, very uneven there. So these are just some of the overall findings, and our reports each year kind of lay out the latest learning about each of these areas. We are going to, I'm showing you 2015 Social Progress Index data. Our 2016 index will be released in June, and we've got some great steps forward here. But I think for purposes of giving you an idea of what this is all about, I think this data really hopefully gives you a flavor that, first of all, we have a framework, we can debate it, it can be improved, we have a set of measures that we're using, they can be improved, they're not totally perfect, but even with that level of 2 or 3 years into this project, we're finding some very interesting things. Now the question is, we're at the level of quality of measurement, we think, that we can take the next step. By the way, before we do that, I should also say that we started at national measurement because most of the data is national. But we all know that national doesn't tell the whole story about social progress, that there are regions within every country, cities, municipalities, even neighborhoods, where there's going to be hugely different levels of social progress. We can take the same concepts and drive it down below the level of nations, and we are starting to do that, and we'll show you that a little bit later. But that also has been part of the early effort. We now have subnational city indexes, municipality indexes, regional indexes that have now been developed in a whole variety of areas, and that effort is proliferating, and the effort in Reykjavik will just be another great milestone in that regard. Now the question is, how can we use this to understand what works? We have the framework. It's based on outcomes. It's systematic. It's comparative. We can benchmark. How do we use it to understand what works? Well, there's really kind of 2 stages of that. The first thing we can use this framework for in terms of motivating action is really looking sort of at the country by country or region by region level and really benchmarking a country as a whole or a city as a whole. And there, what we see is we start to be able, for the first time, to set priorities. One of the problems with the social side of development is that it has tended to be siloed. We haven't had an overall picture of how well we're doing on social progress. Therefore, each agency or each group or each passionate group of people that care about a particular issue, those have largely been sort of a whole group of things kind of competing for attention. But now, because we can look at the whole picture, we can start to say, how could I be strategic? What are the most important areas of social progress in this place, at this time, at this moment? And to do that, we are able to take any given country and compare it with other countries that we call economic peers, that are kind of in the same general economic circumstance. In fact, we look at groups of 15 countries. And we compare each country to the 15 countries around it in terms of economic GDP per capita to get a sense, because we know that GDP per capita affects what you're able to do. And here's an example of that. Here's kind of a performance scorecard for the United States of America. And as an American, it gives me great distress to show you a scorecard with a lot of red on it and very little green. And the green is where the U.S. statistically, compared to economic peers, is actually doing well on a particular dimension of social progress. And on, number of globally ranked universities, which is a kind of a measure of how much access is there to really high quality advanced education, we do well, years of tertiary schooling. But there's so many areas where the U.S. is lagging other countries of our economic circumstance, okay? And we've never had this before. I mean, most Americans see this and they go into shock. Oh, America, we've been the place that pioneered a lot of things in terms of education and, health availability, and, we've pioneered all this stuff over the years. We're good at this stuff. We're a social leader. We're a social innovator. That's what many Americans think until you see the data. And we're not. We're not now, okay? So there's been quite a dialogue in America that has been triggered by this. And the next few slides I'm not going to really describe, but they just show how we can really take a country apart and say, okay, what's going on here? Where are we good? Where are we not? Compared to those economic peers, countries like us. And each of these bars is the 15 higher income countries that are comparable to the United States, and the very top is the best of those countries on a particular score, and the bottom is the worst. And you can see on personal rights, we're not the worst among higher income countries, but we're well into the not good category. And you can break that into individual pieces. You can now start to look at, let's look at affordable housing. There actually we're not that bad. And here's some areas we look good. We're pretty good on freedom of speech if you look at comparable countries. But then here's the longer list of places where we actually look pretty weak compared to our economic peers, like environment, ecosystem sustainability, really lagging in the U.S. Personal rights, which is kind of funny because the U.S. is all about rights, and yet actually we're not delivering, what we aspire to in that area, and so on. Okay, so the kind of first thing we can do with this data is, for a given country, we can start to think about a strategy. An overall strategy where here are the 3 or 4 most important priorities at the next period of time. We really have to work these areas, and then over time we can keep spreading and improving in other areas. But let's set some priorities. Let's understand where we're pretty good. Let's understand where we really need to work. This has allowed us to do that, and that is happening in many countries as a result of this work. But there's another dimension of benchmarking that has to do with, okay, how exactly do you get better? And again, this is another very exciting part of this effort, because now, for the first time ever, we have a systematic way of saying that, okay, on this dimension of social progress, who's actually good at that in the world? And of course, we've known that historically because there's lots of case studies, and we know individual countries, and everybody has a few examples. But historically, we've approached this question with sort of examples. Now we can actually look at it systematically and say, okay, we have these measures, they're consistent, we have a consistent framework, so for each measure at the very granular level, who's really good at that? What works? What are they doing? How are they, how did this country get there? Relative to their economic peers, because they have similar economic circumstances, but they were able to get there on this. Well, how did they do that? And that's what we're here to talk about today. And here's some of the kind of baseline data. Again, time is very short, but if we take basic human needs And if we look at, low income, low middle, upper middle, and high, that's a little bit of a crude break. It's a broad break. We can get even more specific. We show here who are the countries that outperform their peers, that are doing better than we would expect given their level of economic prosperity. You can peruse through these lists. These presentations are all posted, and we'd love for you to take a look at this. But we've highlighted there the countries that we're going to hear from today. And this is why we're going to hear from those countries today. Because these are countries on salient dimensions of social progress are outperforming. They're doing something right. And what we're going to start learning about today is, well, what is it that they're doing? And how do we think about, applying that thinking? And how do we start to build a systematic body of knowledge about, kind of what works and how to make it work, area by area by area by area. Yes, we know a lot about this. If you go to the World Bank, they've had a lot of people, working on basic education reform for many years. So there is knowledge about this, but what we're hoping to do is help pull that together, make it more systematic, and this is the first day of that process. Very exciting to us. And we're just thrilled that all of you are here, on this journey with us today. If we turn to Foundations of Well-Being, you can see some of the other topics. And once again, some of the same countries are good across multiple areas of social progress. So that's telling us something. That's telling us something about how this works. It's not narrow, topic-specific. There's something about a society, there's something about how the government works, there's something about values. There's a variety of things here that are seemingly coming together to allow, Rwanda and Nepal to have made so much progress on very disparate things. So we can learn from that, and we will learn from that today. We see Iceland on this list, we see Costa Rica, we see New Zealand. These are countries that we'll hear from today, where the data is telling us, and we know this now for the first time because of this comprehensive measurement framework in 133 countries. The data is telling us where things are working. On opportunity, a challenging area, again, we see some efforts here. It's very hard in low-income countries to really move the needle on opportunity. Again, Rwanda has made some important progress. It's down into the upper middle and high income countries that we start to see some outliers here that are really outpacing their peers, and again we'll talk a little bit about that later. Here's some data from one of our sub-national indexes. This is a municipalities index that was calculated for all the municipalities in the Amazon region. And here is one municipality whose name I'm scared to try to pronounce, that has really done a terrific job on sustainability in an area that's been challenged from a sustainability standpoint. They're not that great on some of the other dimensions of social progress, but they've done well there, and we can learn about that. In terms of regions in Spain, the Basques have been remarkably successful on many dimensions of social progress, and you can just see not so great on personal rights, but on these other areas of opportunity, pretty remarkable compared to other peers. And here's some data on cities in Colombia. We've done a fascinating body of work comparing the leading Colombian cities. You can see on the bottom which cities are in that project with a social progress index framework with the best available data at that level of government and geography. And you can see that some cities, and Medellin is an excellent example, have really been moving. And here we have the data to actually look at the trajectory over time, who's making progress over time. In general, we're not able to look over long periods of time yet because the data has not been available over long periods of time. But that will grow year by year. We'll learn more. We'll have better insight. So today we're going to embark on a very exciting next journey for us in this whole effort. We're so pleased that all of you are here to be part of that. We need to turn this into something systematic and global and well-structured, and we need your advice and help in how to do that. But I just couldn't be more excited to be here this day. I couldn't be more excited to start this next journey, and thank you all for being part of this effort. Thank you. Is that okay?
Michael Porter. Thank you, Mike. Now, we've seen the data. We've seen that there's some real nuggets in there, in the data, about where there may be some really successful solutions. We're now moving the conversation on to these case studies. I want to point you to the conference brochure where all the data is there for these sessions. So key reference data is here, that our speakers will be speaking about. Social progress begins with basic human needs. We can't have social progress if our children don't have enough to eat. We can't have social progress if we don't have water to drink and clean toilets. We don't have social progress without a roof over our head and without protection from violence. As Mike showed us, basic human needs is an area where we've actually made a lot of progress in the world in recent years through the Millennium Development Goals. I'm really pleased today that we've got 2 case studies from low-income countries that have even bucked that trend and achieved even more success on these key areas of social progress. We're going to begin with a case study from Nepal, and I'm very pleased to welcome Swarnim Wagle to the stage to come and present it. Dr. Wagle, you're welcome.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here at this very important conference on social progress to talk briefly about Nepal and our achievements. I thank Michael and Hakan and their teams and the mayor and the people of Reykjavik for the warm welcome. For over 20 years, I've been involved in searching for a well-rounded measure of development that goes beyond GDP per capita, or beyond income or output, without that sort of complements income and output, but not negate it, not necessarily negate it. And I've worked on several human development reports, and when this first came out in 1990, Mahbub al-Haq, together with Amartya Sen, the pioneer of Human Development Index, said, the GDP was such a vulgar number, vulgar index, and you need to go beyond this vulgarity to represent the richness of the diverse facets of development. But there were very early criticisms of the HDI, which we heard today as well, that it correlates well with GDP per capita, and it's a very narrow measure. Now the usual defense was, well, the concept of human development draws on the philosophical works of Amartya Sen is much broader than the measure of human development. But what I see with the SPI is really trying to take on that criticism and really widen and expand both the concept and the scope of social progress and human achievements, and that's really welcome. Is my presentation playing or? Okay. So what I'll talk about briefly, I have very few slides, and given the limitation of the time, we heard that Nepal stands out quite strongly on the basic human needs dimension of the 3 dimensions in the Social Progress Index. Now at a very low income low level of development, we're talking about very basic medical care, very basic nutritional requirements, very basic shelter and housing needs, personal safety and water and sanitation. Can you go to the next slide? Here. Good. I would have used the SPI, but it doesn't go back in time enough. I'm starting from 1970 onwards. Here I just show sort of a time series from 1990. This graph is very interesting, and it supports everything that was said by Professor Michael Porter and is embodied in the work of the Social Progress. So on the x-axis is the Human Development Index in 1990. Human Development Index, as was mentioned, comprises of GDP per capita in PPP, purchasing power parity, a couple of indicators on education, the mean years of schooling and expected years of schooling, and the health is measured with the life expectancy at birth. And on the y-axis is the Human Development Index in 2014. Now, the 45-degree diagonal, the blue diagonal, if you are above the diagonal, it shows that you made progress in the Human Development Index, and possibly in the Social Progress Index, if we can have the data to sort of go back in time. So what is striking about this graph is really that there are a balanced panel of 143 countries. 142 countries in the world actually did better in 2014 than in 1990. So this is consistent with the story we've heard so far. With the exception of one country, Swaziland, which seems to have regressed. And when I did this analysis 3 years ago, there was also Lesotho and Zimbabwe that sort of was struggling. It was at pretty much the same level of human development in 1990, in 2012 or 13 as it was in 1990. But with these three exceptions, more than 140 countries did substantially better than where they stood 25 years ago. Now, the orange dots are the countries which do exceptionally well, even among this group of 140 countries. And this I got from, it's a simple cross-country regression. You do a change, the difference in the logarithmic values of the Human Development Index in 2014 and 1990, regressed on the initial value. And you, depending on the significance level of the residuals, you sort of, identify the countries that stand out. And what is striking here is all the countries that have stood out in the SPI are also sort of the ones that stand out here: Rwanda, Uganda, Cambodia, Nepal, at low levels of development. And as you move higher, sort of the lower middle income and upper middle income category, a lot of the Southeast Asian countries, and as you move up, countries like Chile, Singapore, Korea do really well. Now, what this is showing is that almost all countries for which we have data going back in time have done well on a well-rounded measure of development, but some have really stood out. Now, on Nepal's case, so the basic human needs dimension, we do exceedingly well. Everyone, you saw the numbers earlier, and it's also in the brochure that's been handed out. On nutrition, basic medical care, water and sanitation, personal safety, Nepal really stands out. The one component of the dimension on basic human needs where we lag is shelter, and that's largely driven by the lack of electricity. And the irony there is, we're, I think, the second richest country in the world in terms of water resources. Like Iceland, we will soon be able to meet all our energy needs through renewable resources, but because of our complicated relationship with India, a lot of the potential has remained unexploited, and I think the plan going forward is to really exploit our hydro potentials, the Himalayan glaciers and the big rivers, to really convert that into energy and to power everything in Nepal. And that will also move us on this dimension. But what has been stated here is, among low-income countries, relative to peers, we perform, actually we're the best performing low-income country on the nutrition and basic medical needs and personal safety. And this is really striking because Nepal actually is, after Afghanistan, the poorest country in Asia. So, yet we're the best performing country among peers in the whole world when it comes to ensuring basic medical care, ensuring the nutritional needs, piped water access, sort of improved sources of sanitation, and things like that. So this is really the story. Just to support that with a few numbers, on longevity, for example, The Lancet, the very well-known British medical journal, came up with this fascinating global study a year ago. And they said they put Nepal in the category of just 6 countries which dramatically improved the life expectancy at birth by over 12 years. Now, obviously we know that it's easier to jump from the late 50s to the late 60s, and it's very hard to improve life expectancy from, let's say, 80. If you're already at 80, it's almost impossible to go up to 85 just by pouring in money. But this is sort of the low base effect. But still, Nepal's male life expectancy jumped from 58 years to 69 years in about 2 decades, and the female life expectancy went from 59 to 72 years. And again, for one of the poorest countries in Asia, to have the kind of life expectancy that you would expect in an upper middle or even a high-income country is quite amazing. Same thing with education. Almost universal primary enrollment now. Literacy, average literacy is around 70%, but this is for the entire adult population. But if you look at the younger demographics, between 15 and 24 or 15 and 40, it's almost over 90%. So remarkable achievements on the basic indicators of health and education. And there's gender parity in terms of school enrollment. The female girl childs are equally expected, equally likely to attend schools as a male child. You look at the kind of diseases that used to kill the Nepali people 20 years ago. It used to be very basic diseases: diarrhea, pneumonia, tuberculosis. Now we're talking about ischemic heart diseases, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and strokes. These are rich country diseases. So there's this fundamental shift going on. And the final point I want to highlight here is also, you could be poor, but you could make dramatic progress on the social political fronts. We just issued a new constitution in Nepal. It took years and years to do it. Still not settled. There are some controversies. But the kind of rights it enshrines in that constitution, the women are guaranteed a 33% political representation in the national parliament now, something unheard of anywhere else in the world. There is marriage equality for a country at our level of development, talking about marriage equality, same-sex marriages. If you look at our Nepali passports, there's not just a box for male and female, but also a third option for people to tick that box if they so desire. We've abolished death penalty. The reproductive rights for women has been massively expanded. And when the monarchy started to trample with our political rights, we abolished a 250-year-old monarchy in one clean stroke. So in terms of, I think, a lot of the social and the progressive the rights can be pursued even in the absence of a high GDP per capita. And this is what the Nepal story says. Now, let me walk through to directly address why Nepal seems to have done better on the basic human needs dimension of the Social Progress Index. I mean, these are, we haven't done very rigorous exercises, quantitative exercises, but these are my informed hypothesis from the perspective of my previous role as a senior policymaker. I think the first thing is to acknowledge that this is simply a mathematical thing. We started from a very low base, and with the off-the-shelf technologies available in the world, it is very, very easy to make that quick leap, even at very low levels of income. However, we have been spending at a very high level on a sustained basis for years. Now, there's usual issues with governmental spending, a lot of inefficiency, a lot of waste, a lot of corruption. You don't reach your targeted groups. But this persistence in allocation and spending in the social priorities is something that stands out in the Nepali data. Mahbub al-Haq in 1994-95 talked about the 2020 Compact, which basically meant that countries should be allocating at least 20% of their budget on these basic priorities: health, water and sanitation, family planning, literacy, and called upon the development partners to allocate at least 20% of their aid money also on these priorities. I think Nepal meets that test. So the first answer is really low base, but this persistence in social spending. So the priorities haven't, there hasn't been a derailment of those core priorities. The second point is really that the way we've addressed at least our health and the education sectors has been a holistic approach rather than a project and a very piecemeal approach where we've talked about national curriculum framework. All the donors are expected to pool their resources. It's not, the British doing their own thing and the Americans doing their own thing, but all the donors are expected to pool their resources and pursue reforms in these social sectors in a very harmonized manner. And there are, of course, individual incentives. There's scholarships for girls in the deprived communities. Building of toilets, separate toilets for girl students. Again, something that you wouldn't think about in developed countries. You take it for granted. But so much of absenteeism was accounted for by the fact that there were no separate toilets for girls. I think issues like that, midday meals for poor children, poor kids, to tempt them to school and retain their schooling, these things have also played a role. But going forward, teacher licensing and learning assessments and the curriculum reforms have also played a big role in Nepal. So this is one of the success stories. The third is, we've had multi-party democracy since 1990, and one of the core demands of the elected MPs at our level of development is basic trails and roads, a health check post in the village, a primary school in the village, and water and sanitation, sort of access to piped water. And this really is, so you can credit this to the democratic channels at work, that because of the pressures and because of the demands of the popularly elected leaders, this has really translated into a massive physical expansion of the buildings. Now, the quality of the kind of education and the health that is delivered, there's a lot to be improved upon, and I'll touch on that later. But at least now every child has access to a school, primary school, within 30 minutes of walking distance. So this is something that has happened in the last 20 years. The massive expansion in the physical infrastructure, in education and health and roads and water and sanitation. And there's also been a general move towards decentralization. For example, there are now 50,000 female community health volunteers working. It's very difficult to assign doctors and well-trained health professionals to go and serve in the remote villages where there are lacking facilities. But if you train somebody from in that village, somebody reasonably better educated, because we're talking about antenatal care, helping with the institutionalized delivery, things like that really give us this big leap in the early stages of health outcomes. So similarly on the schools, a lot of the primary schools are managed by the communities themselves. So it's this massive expansion as well as a move towards decentralization in terms of managing these services, public service delivery, that has really worked in Nepal. The fourth point to note is, the private sector has been opened up. I mean, this is not just the state responsibility. There are the excellent schools that are now being run by the private sector, excellent hospitals in Kathmandu, and some of the urban areas that are being run by the private sector. Now, this has increasingly have implications for equity and in terms of access, but when it comes to enlarging public service delivery to middle-class people, I think this has played a role. And even in the rural areas, I think the complementary infrastructure, the fact that you have a black-topped highway or water and sanitation has a direct relationship on the decline of mortality rates. Kids dying of diarrhea and pneumonia and the TB, the biggest killers 20 years ago, it's really disappeared. And we've moved to another generation of sort of diseases. And the final point to note is, like many countries in sub-Saharan Africa, Nepal also went through a very painful period of civil conflict, armed conflict. And it could have really set us back development-wise, and it did. If you look at the economic indicators, our growth rate is really stagnant, 2 to 3%, which is not the kind of growth rate that you would expect for a country at our level of development. But since 96 to 2006 was the full-blown armed conflict, and for the last 10 years we've been struggling to bring this to closure, sort of the post-conflict transitional period. So the economy has really suffered, with the lack of investment. Investors are really deterred in a climate of uncertainty and unpredictability. But what happened on the social front was really interesting, and this is my hypothesis, that even during a full-blown armed conflict, the social gains were shielded. In fact, the Maoists, the combatants in the rural villages were actually quite harsh on government employees who were, not delivering, not doing their jobs. So the absenteeism was actually curtailed in the areas where there was the rebels were in charge and in control. So from that perspective, economically, a big setback, but socially, I don't think we were hit that hard even during the period of conflict. And that sort of explains why we're able to sustain many of the gains on the social front. Finally, I think a few issues we need to grapple with going forward. as was seen in the Professor Michael Porter's graph, it's very easy to make that leap when you are really low, at low level of development. And it's a non-linear thing. So Nepal probably has reached that point where issues of quality and reaching the unreached is going to be a big challenge going forward. So, so the first generation low-hanging gains have been reaped. The next challenge, the next stage is going to be even more challenging. It's about widening and deepening reach and quality, and also seeking new ways of delivering public service at a quality that is higher than now. The second issue is some of the same forces that helped us, the democratic practices, the democratic political organization that helped us ensure this wide reach of education and health is also being a problem now, because there's intense unionization. Almost all the civil servants, almost all the public school teachers, and almost all the public service health professionals are affiliated to at least one political party. And what that has become now, and increasingly it's becoming evident, that it's become a cover for malperformance. So we can't fire these guys because they're protected by political parties. And, and so this brings in these very messy incentive problems. If you can't fire the bad performers, and if your next challenge is to ensure higher quality, yet the providers of those services are shielded through political apparatus, it's going to be very challenging. And this is something I think when you look at low-income countries, this will be an issue. And finally, the challenge is really, how do we leverage the new technologies, the new techniques that are at our disposal? Teaching a school child is very different now than when I went to school in Nepal, for example. There's internet, there's all this tablet, and so long-distance training, and some work that is being done by through the randomized controlled trials and the work of Abhijit Banerjee, Esther Duflo, that kids are going to school in large numbers, almost in terms of primary level, it's universal, but they're not learning much. Again, this goes back to the quality issue. And how do we, grapple with the incentive problems to really tackle the quality challenges head on? And so I end with some sort of, maybe I throw this idea. I mean, this is something that has been bothering me as well. So we can be celebratory on meeting the first generation challenge, but going forward, the days are going to be even more challenging. And this is where, especially in health and education, how do we find, if the state provisioning of public services is wanting for a variety of reasons, the private sector has issues with equity and access. How do we find that middle ground where you leverage the strengths of both sectors? And this is where sort of the PPP, I think, has a role to play. Yet, globally, we don't have too many great successes on PPP. But something we're trying in Nepal, and I end with this thought. For example, there's a couple of doctors based at Harvard working with Nepali NGOs, have piloted a model of health provisioning in a very remote district in western Nepal. It's called Possible. And what they're doing is they're leasing the property from the government. So the land and the hospitals are leased from the government, but the actual service is provided by the private sector. And whatever the government would have spent on that facility on its own, you sort of get a portion of that as a grant. And these guys are providing world-class healthcare in one of the most inhospitable terrains in the world, in the rural mountains of Nepal, world-class treatment at very low cost. And I think this is a model. I mean, the issues of replicability and others need to be probed. But I think something like this would be one area to sort of explore as we move to the second generation challenges in very low-income countries. Thank you very much.
Swanan, thank you so much. I think that segue into the second generation challenges, that collaboration across sectors issue, I think is something we're going to come up a lot more in conversation. Moving on, another country that's been a remarkable story of success over the last 20 years has been Rwanda. And we're delighted from the Rwandan government, Mr. Francis Gatare has come to tell us how it's been done. Francis.
Professor Michael Porter and leadership of the Social Progress Imperative. I want to thank you very much for inviting us here to speak on behalf of His Excellency President Kagame, who had been invited to this conference. You see, Michael Porter has been an advisor to the government of Rwanda for the last 15 years, helping us achieve the progress that we are here to share the story about, and that now he is associated with the social progress imperative is indeed an addition to all the commendable work that he continues to do, and delighted that Rwanda could indeed be the overperformer to share our story here today. As you all know, the story of modern Rwanda really starts 22 years ago, 1994. You will all recall on your TV stations the devastating genocide that befell our country, that totally destroyed any economic infrastructure and left us with a very complex social and political environment to deal with. And so that today, Rwanda could be talking about social progress and being an overperformer in that category is indeed a story worth telling. And I want to, well, you know who I am. I head the Rwanda Development Board, which is an institution of government, really to link private and public sector to contribute private capital in the socio-economic development of our country. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. This is the story that I want to share with you today. That indeed, over the last 15 years, Rwanda has accomplished a rather incredible economic progress. As you can see from the left graph, on an average 8% GDP growth every year, more than tripling the GDP per capita of our citizens in 15 years. But that's not what social progress is about. If you look to the right, I want to point to you the progress that has been achieved reflected under the Human Development Index. In fact, even before the genocide that is captured by the dive in life expectancy reflected by the blue trend, even before that, the life expectancy in Rwanda had been declining quite significantly. But 1994-95 was remarkable in the sense that Rwanda experienced what nobody should ever go through. But since then, remarkably, we have witnessed so far the fastest rise in life expectancy that continues to outpace the global average. In fact, if you look at our GNI reflected by the red trend, the life expectancy of the citizens of Rwanda outpaces that growth, in addition to growth in education, access in education, as well as the HDI in particular. So what this reflects is indeed that what we see in the economic space happening with respect to economic growth in our country is also reflected in the social progress that we are seeing in the life expectancy as well as other social aspects of our lives. But perhaps the most remarkable story is about what's happening in child mortality. You'll see that in 1995, more than a quarter of Rwanda's children were dying before they were 5 years old. What has happened since then is a remarkable story that Rwanda has not only improved in the reduction in child mortality, but perhaps registered what is considered to be the fastest reduction in this category ever recorded. And now we are not only at par with the world, but surpassed all sub-Saharan Africa averages by a big margin. And so you ask yourself, what does this mean? In fact, it's not explained by the economic progress that we have witnessed. It's explained a lot more by several other things outside the economic space. And this is what I would like to share with you. Because you see, for social progress to happen, it is because there is the collective actions of individuals in self-interest that happens at the same time as the public sector is putting in place the public policies and public programs, that collective aggregate of what is happening at the individual level and also at the collective level contributes to what we are beginning to see in our society happen. And so institutions are very important that build the confidence of the citizens to be able not only to invest their time and resources, but also the confidence to work and invest in their own future. I wanted to bring to your attention what the citizens of Rwanda say, captured by the Gallup polls, both in terms of trust in our institutions of public safety as well as in general safety of human beings. I want to bring out this particular slide as well, because it's very important for us to see what these institutions do in building confidence, because institutions of the public, such as government institutions of the police and other public sector, galvanize the efforts of the citizens to be able to participate in economic activities, but also in their own social progress. If you see on this slide, Rwanda is one of the highest scored countries in terms of perception of low corruption. In fact, only 5% in this poll indicated that they are satisfied with not only their freedoms in life, but also 95% say they are satisfied with their freedoms in life, but also only 5% complain about having witnessed or perceived to there be corruption in our society. And so this is very important with respect to our society. I wanted to share with you this slide as well, that social progress is not just about individuals, but also the collective environment. I want to bring to your attention the slide to the right with respect to what citizens perceive on the preservation of the environment in our country. This is not based on just people's opinion, but actually on what they see. Many of you who may have visited our country, Rwanda, may witness the actual existence of these policies and programs to preserve our environment. In fact, Rwanda was perhaps the first country that banned the importation of non-biodegradable plastic bags. When you are coming on a plane in Rwanda, you are issued with either a cloth bag or a biodegradable bag for your duty-free purchases. This was very important for us to be able to keep our environment clean, but also green. I wanted to also bring to your attention the interesting perception in our education sector, where young people going through secondary school see a strong opportunity from education, particularly secondary school, and see that it gives them an opportunity to improve their lives, to do better in life. And the question really one should ask themselves is, why is this happening in Rwanda? Obviously, we can't have been the most advantaged given where we are coming from. In fact, far from that, given the social, political, and economic destruction that came with the genocide. But in fact, what has happened in Rwanda illustrates exactly the story of the social progress imperative, because with the destruction, it was very important that Rwandans identify how not only to grow an economy, but also address some of those social problems that had destroyed our society. And so there were no conventional ideas to draw from. And the only way Rwandans could do it was to reflect on the social capital embedded within our cultural and traditional values that had always had a uniting factor for our society. And so we call these the homegrown solutions. Much of our economic growth and social progress that we see today is held together by the innovations that are built around our traditional values that were a result of that reflection. One of them, that many of you may be aware of, is called Gacaca courts. Gacaca courts, you see, after the genocide, several hundreds of thousands of people were suspects of having participated in the genocide. And many of them were incarcerated after that. By all measure, it would have taken at least 100 years to try them through the traditional courts of justice. But at the same time, our society was so fractured that we needed to have national reconciliation. And so the question was, what should take precedent? Justice or reconciliation? And the answer was both. And then the question was how to address that, because the traditional justice systems never addressed reconciliation. They were focused on addressing justice. And so if we address reconciliation, you haven't done justice to the victims. If you address justice, you haven't created the national reconciliation that is required for a society's revival. And so the only solution that could address that was a traditional system of village courts that could be improved on with the modern jurisprudence that could improve the trials with representation, including legal experts, and it's known as Gacaca courts. Over 15-year period when it was implemented, it handled more than 2 million cases, and today there is no more perpetrators of genocide that are in court, that are in jail that haven't been tried, except new ones that are being brought on, especially from outside the country. That has contributed tremendously to the social cohesion of our society. The others have been what we commonly know as imihigo, or performance contracts, which was the mechanism to build accountability into public leadership that then has translated into the focus on results or not being in leadership. It has also empowered the population to elect only those that are prepared to deliver on their commitments. We talk about the environment. One of the commonly cited examples of people that people who visit Rwanda see there is how Rwandans keep their environment clean. It's partly because of their own values known as agaciro. Agaciro is something that came out of the worst that we experienced in Rwanda. Rwandans killed Rwandans. Genocide, even though it had a major contribution from outside, was not mainly an outside event. But the reflection was how Rwandans could revive their own self-worth, and that's what we call agaciro, to abandon the past behaviors and be able to focus on the future. And so agaciro is a value system that embeds all those reflections that say we can have a better self-worth, starting with having our own clean environment, but also more practically, collectively coming together at least once a month, last Saturday of every month, to clean our environment, especially to clean the neighborhoods that people live in. There are several examples of these homegrown solutions that have been at the core of galvanizing the efforts of Rwandans and inspiring them to collectively act together in self-interest, but also for collective interest that has helped in achieving the social progress that we are demonstrating here today. I wanted to put this slide together to demonstrate exactly what Professor Michael Porter said earlier, that you could not talk about social progress by only looking at the basic human needs or the foundations of well-being, nor opportunity. In fact, collectively, together, they contribute to social progress. And the experience of Rwanda is that while today we have been invited to talk about Rwanda as an overachiever in basic human needs, in fact, we have done well in all three. But we also have a lot to do in all three, including the basic human needs, precisely because they all must go hand in hand. And so it's our view that as we make progress in providing the basic human needs, there is also the imperative to continue with building the foundations for well-being as well as opportunity. But as measuring is very important, I wanted to bring you to another question. As measuring is very important, we asked ourselves when we were looking at the data that came out under this social progress imperative, what do we learn out of this? One of the things that we learned is, obviously, measuring is very important, but it's also important to have correct data to be able to have an accurate measurement that reflects reality. From our side, we saw that we have weaknesses in reporting, especially reporting regular data. In many instances, our data was outdated, underreported, or maybe lagged for many years. But we also saw that there are probably some other areas that we could ask ourselves some very key questions. As we looked at some of the areas that we did not do particularly great, we asked ourselves what could be wrong. We saw that this very important imperative could benefit from asking ourselves serious questions about what it actually means when we pick indicators that are often based on single country opinions. Typical example is the CRI, the Segeri-Richards indicator, which, as we looked into it, reflected the sources of the data as opinions of the US State Department. It's pretty much the opinion of the diplomats in our respective countries. We also looked at what it actually means with respect to the indicators on the Global Peace Index, which is also a qualitative assessment that is based on theoretical models of the experts at the Economist Intelligence Unit. Now, these are very smart people, obviously, and they will be accurate sometimes, but maybe not all the time. Maybe they will be accurate for some countries, but probably not for all the countries. And so the question we wanted to ask ourselves, what does it mean with respect to implementation? We wanted to see how can we get some actionable ideas from some of these indicators that as countries we can take forward. And it was very difficult to identify any. And so we may ask ourselves these fundamental questions going forward and hope to improve on the work that we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francis. And I think that's a really important message. And I think it's something that came up in Mike Porter's presentation earlier, the need for better data and the need to be able to measure these different aspects of social progress is going to be really, really important. Now, a change of gear. We're looking now at the foundations of well-being aspect of social progress. And we're going to look first at Iceland. Hey. We could have had many people to come and speak on this in the room today, but I'm delighted that Rakel Ottersdottir from Arion Bank is going to take this honor and responsibility of presenting Iceland's success story. Rakel.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see all of you here today, and I am very excited and honored to be here to talk about SPI in Iceland. It didn't come as a really big surprise to see Iceland coming in fourth globally in the foundations of well-being. And we are overperforming our 15 comparison countries in the category. When looking at the subcategories, Iceland outperforms in both access to information and communications and health and wellness. The only outperforming individual factor is the number of internet users. So what this tells us is that we are performing quite well overall, rather than overperforming in some factors and underperforming in many others. Now, when I was asked to talk about these results and try and explain what we have done to get this far, I figured the answer was neither obvious nor easy to pinpoint. It is overall great to live here in Iceland, and I think we are lucky to be born here, even though the weather and the winter darkness can sometimes be quite challenging. And there are undoubtedly many, many reasons for our success in building the foundations of well-being, but I would like to focus on 3 influencing factors that I believe are quite important in this respect. First, we can find many reasons by looking deep into our roots. The settlers who came here from Scandinavia in 874, they brought culture and values that we still identify with today, and that has, without a doubt, had great impact on our success and well-being. Now, to survive in this inclement and isolated island required resourcefulness, hard work, and perseverance. And these are characteristics Icelanders still have today. Democracy plays a big role in our social progress and well-being. We have strong opinions, we are used to open debate on politics, and we don't hesitate to protest when we disapprove of something. You could even say that each voice has a little bit more weight, since there are so few of us here, and voter turnout is quite high. Our parliament, established in 930, is one of the oldest in the world, and in 1874 we inherited the Danish constitution, which strengthened even further the foundations of our democracy and welfare. Iceland is the global leader in gender equality according to the World Economic Forum, and we have a long history of strong women who have paved the way and been role models for our girls and for our boys. Icelandic women were among the first to succeed in professions previously regarded as only suitable for men. One of these women was Guðríður Þorbjarnardóttir, born around 980. She crossed Europe twice on foot and made 8 ocean journeys. Another great role model is Vigdís Finnbogadóttir, who you see here in this picture. She was the first female in the world to be elected head of state in 1980. This has led to women's job participation being the highest among OECD countries in 2014, or just over 84%, which in turn creates more value for society. The second influencing factor is our isolated location. For more than 1,000 years, our social progress was very slow. In the 12th century, the Icelandic population was estimated to be a quarter of the Norwegian one. And if we had grown at the same rate as the Norwegians, there would be 1 million of us today. But there is only 332,000. And most of us live very close to each other, with 2/3 of the population here in the capital area. Now, this smallness and closeness of our population makes it easier to communicate, makes it easier to get things done. Everyone knows everyone, or so to speak. Where else would you get the President of the Republic, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Mayor of the capital, CEOs of the largest banks and the largest companies, and the President of the university, all in the same building on the same day? All of these people are going to be here in Harpa today. Perhaps this smallness and closeness also makes us a peace-loving nation. We don't want to harm people that we know and people that we love. We also have a strong urge to break this isolation, and we love to travel the world. We are eager to experience new things, to visit new places, and we are not afraid to venture out to the unknown. People then return home with new knowledge, which strengthens us as a society in every aspect. This is one form of education, but we have also put great emphasis on building our education system with mandatory schooling and equal opportunities for higher education. This urge to explore the world has also resulted in 3 international airports and shipping companies with operations all around the world, and this makes it easier for us to travel. With such a small and isolated population, we also have a strong need to communicate with the rest of the world. And most of us learn 4 languages in school. This could be one of the reasons for strong connectivity and the fast uptake of new technology, such as mobile phones and the internet. Few nations have probably found landlines above ground, like the ones that you see here, as beautiful as we found them when we got them. Our telecommunications infrastructure has been built strategically over the years, and every home is connected, no matter how remote. Hannes Hafstein, one of our great poets and the first minister of Iceland, he once said that the landlines reminded us that we are not alone. Probably not a very uncommon feeling amongst our forefathers. And then last but not least, we couldn't have gotten here without our incredible natural resources. The settlers who came here in 874 probably did not realize the value that was hidden in this island. First, there are the rich fishing grounds surrounding the country. Fisheries have been the foundation of our economy for a long time. And today, Icelanders produce 22 million meals and sell globally every day. Then there is our water, which is both pure and there is plenty of it. There is no need to buy bottled water, ever, since our water is really as fresh as it gets. So make sure you try it while you're in town. And we also have extensive resources of hydroelectric power and geothermal energy. Nearly 90% of Icelandic homes are heated with geothermal water. And nearly all of our electricity is produced from emission-free, sustainable natural resources. This not only lowers our energy costs, but also gives us cleaner air and better health. Our latest natural resource, if we can call it that, is our beautiful nature. It is full of natural wonders such as glaciers and volcanoes and geysers. And these attract tourists from all over the world. Tourism now contributes to over 5% of our GDP, with 1.3 million visitors in 2015. That's 4 times the population. We have managed to take good care of our natural resources up until now and exploit them wisely, and it is imperative that we continue to do so. This is Reykjavik around 1870. In only 140 years, Reykjavik has gone from this to this. Social progress in Iceland has been extremely fast post-World War II, and GDP per capita has increased by a factor of 5 in real value terms. We are not unlike a young child, you could say. A young child tries new things, learns how to use its strengths. A young child is open, curious, and eager. A child sometimes falls down, but it's quick to get back up on its feet again. Step by step, it also learns that every strength has a dark side, which is important to understand and control. Now, given our young age and our fairly newfound fortune and independence, perhaps we don't have the most extensive experience or great wisdom on how to lay the foundations for well-being. But we do know we must take great care of all of our natural resources, exploit them wisely, nurture them with humility, respect, and common sense in order for us not to lose what we were born with. We must be open to new things, use the strengths in our culture, and learn from other countries to continuously find new and better ways to utilize our resources in a strategic and a sustainable manner. And we must make sure we secure the same basic opportunities for everyone by continuing to direct our proceeds into our education and healthcare systems. And finally, we do know that our culture of equality, our tolerance for diversity, and the ability to solve problems democratically and peacefully are key ingredients to making good things happen. Thank you.
So much, Raquel. Wonderful. Thank you, Raquel. That was fantastic. I just want to let you know with the conversations going on the hashtag WhatWorks2016, getting some really interesting comments in. Someone saying, well, maybe the United States can learn from Rwanda's truth and reconciliation and restorative justice process. Interesting questions about, we've seen about how the importance of the new constitution in Nepal, the role of rights. Other people saying, well, hang on, hasn't South Africa had that? Why is South Africa not doing better on social progress? So do join the discussion, and Matthew Bishop will be moderating our panel conversation in the afternoon. I'll be bringing some of those ideas in. A couple of years ago, we were approached by a social innovator from Brazil called Beto Verissimo, who said, I want to create a social progress index for the municipalities in the Amazon region of Brazil. We said, great, go for it. And that was our first ever subnational social progress index. And our next case study comes from that index, from the municipality of Oriximinia. Sadly, Beto couldn't join us at short notice, but he very kindly recorded a video to explain a bit about this story of this municipality and why it's done so well, particularly on ecosystem sustainability.
First of all, I'd like to thank you, the Social Progress Imperative, to invite me to participate in this meeting. I would love to be in Iceland. However, I have to stay in Brazil. Today I would like to share with you some results so far in our initiative in the SPI Brazilian Amazonia case. Back 2014, we launched the first subnational analysis of the SPI in the world. So that was launched by August 2014, cover a territory this bigger than European Union, and more than 700 municipalities. So the analysis was done at municipality level. The idea was really raise the interest in the Brazilian society, national government, state government, local government, to the issues that being put out of the social progress. After these 2 years, we now work in 50 different municipalities across the region, help local governments, local stakeholders, NGOs and social movements to move forward with the social progress agenda. Today, I just want to pick up one place to show how far we are moving with this initiative. There was a municipality called Oriximiná, it's indigenous name. It's located in the north part of the Brazilian Amazon territory. It's a very large municipality. It's the second largest municipality in the world, bigger than Iceland. We have been working this municipality in the last 5 years in several areas, especially in the environmental one. We have working in this environmental one in 2 fields. One, to increase the level of protection of those forests. And the second, try to reduce the pressure from deforestation and forest degradation. So Oriximiná case is interesting because Oriximiná is ranking on the position 11 among the 72 municipalities in the region, and with overperformance and ecosystem sustainability. In particular, the lessons that we can take from the Oriximiná case was three major lessons. One, the local actors, the local stakeholders, local government, business people, cattle ranching association, loggers, miners, social movements, and have come up with an agreement to reduce deforestation at local level. They realize they don't need to clear cut in new forests anymore. They already have enough area be open up. They use satellite images, Amazon satellite image system, to monitor deforestation across the landscape. They use this also to enforce the law. And also they be benefited by the state government policy that allows to transfer funds to the state level to the local government when the local government reduce the level of deforestation and also increase the amount of protected area. That was the case of Oriximiná. Oriximiná case has been now replicated in other municipalities in the region, and I think can be a very interesting case to show the local government, local stakeholders can be proactive and deliver results in the field. Finally, I'd like to mention that the region, Pará and other parts of the Brazilian Amazon, have been really look at the social progress imperative approach as a way to rethinking how the government should operate in terms of social field. The whole idea of to really focus on outcomes, not on inputs, it is a new way to look at how to address these issues. And I think we are looking forward to hear more about the cases that have been presented in Iceland. And I would like to say for all the participants that will be in Iceland that I wish a very good, successful meeting.
Thank you, Beto, virtually. It's a remarkable case study there about how creating the data has then found, that data has been found to be very useful for policymakers. So as Beto was saying, now the state government of Pará has taken that social progress index data for those municipalities and is transforming that into policy. And that's one of the things we're finding around the world is one of the great strengths of social progress index is it's a complement to GDP. It's a complement to economic measures. So it's very powerful to put alongside traditional economic measurement and very easy for governments to adopt and use as a tool. We're going to take a break now. We're going to take 20 minutes. So see you back here at 11:15, please. 11:15. Thank you. List now, please. We've got a few of our colleagues still outside, and so we've got to persuade them that they're missing something really important. So I'll give 1, 2, 3, and then I want to hear a big cheer and applause, so they all come running in to see what's going on. Okay? After 3, yeah? 1, 2, 3. Yay! You are good. You are good. Look, here they come running. Excellent. You missed it. Excellent. Thank you. Welcome back. We're moving on now to that intriguing opportunity dimension, the area where the world is struggling the most, the world where the world most needs solutions. So it's great that we've got 2 excellent speakers coming up with some great case studies. And first up, a speaker who has come literally from the other side of the world, taken him 36 hours to get here, but we're delighted that Girol Karatsoglou is here to present the New Zealand case study. Girol, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. For those who came in late, that applause was for me. That's the impact I have on people wherever I go. Like all other speakers, previous speakers, I would like to start by thanking for the hospitality we have received and a fantastic organization. We really appreciate that. New Zealand, of course, also very much appreciates being made part of this overall conversation. We in New Zealand very warmly embrace and applaud the ongoing efforts to measure in various ways and dimensions social progress. In fact, in New Zealand for decades now, we have been measuring through our Ministry of Social Development, social progress, Ministry for the Environment, environmental progress, and Ministry for various ministries of economics, economic progress. So maybe one reason New Zealand tends to do relatively well is throughout our history we've taken this extremely seriously. And we monitor and agonize about these things on an ongoing basis. Maybe the twist in New Zealand is that we are quite convinced that any ongoing effort to develop measurement needs to travel together with an ongoing effort to develop policy. Which is actually going to make a difference for the kinds of outcomes that we are interested in. And although I totally respect the point that was made by Professor Porter this morning, that there is a strong case for separating different measurements around environment, social, and economic, when you come to policy design, it's totally the other way. Policy thinking should be completely integrated. And I spent all my professional life, in fact, trying to convince people that unless you have an integrated approach to policy, well-being cannot be increased on a sustained basis. The other point I want to make is when you're developing policy, it is quite important not to be linear about it. In other words, if you're concerned about social issues, do not just zoom in on social policy. Think about it in a much more holistic way. And I recommend strongly that we read John Kay's book called Obliquity. Whenever you focus on things you want to improve, you in fact have the opposite effect. In terms of thinking about policy, and I'll briefly talk about this and then I will talk about why New Zealand appears to be doing relatively well. We start with the proposition that our purpose of policy is to improve, help people to live the kinds of lives they have reason to value. And then we take the next step and say, it is nobody's business to tell people how to live their lives. So how do you actually synchronize that objective with that constraint? And we find it in the point that if you want to enhance the way people want to live their lives without actually prejudging how they should be living their lives, then you should learn from Amartya Sen and think about the opportunities and capabilities and enhancing those in a neutral way. That's the heart of our approach to policy. This diagram hangs in a much larger version of it, hangs on my bedroom wall. My wife and I look at it and cry every night and then go to sleep. It basically says that the purpose of policy is to enhance intergenerational well-being. In doing that, it says that well-being is a function of comprehensive consumption. All the well-being domains that we've been talking about today and that's summarized by the OECD's Better Life Index. Then the fundamental source of comprehensive consumption covering leisure, arts, health, and everything else we talk about is comprehensive wealth. And that's represented by capital stocks, which sit at the platform. So we have natural capital, human capital, social capital, and economic capital. And policy that is all-embracing, the way we think about it, is about investing in those capital stocks, protecting those capital stocks, making sure that they are shared across society and generations, which are the dimensions that are around it. Those are the domains of public policy. So to give you one example about what I mean by an investment approach to well-being, think of taking a vulnerable child, investing in their education, that automatically increases equity and increases productivity because the child will be trained to gain skills. That in turn is more sustainable than giving them donations or food. It enhances social cohesion because that child becomes part of society rather than ending up in jail. And it improves social resilience because we are all better off by being surrounded by people who are benefiting from these wider goods. So that's what I mean by investment approach to policy. We use it across all domains of capital, and the return on investment is measured by well-being rather than GDP or dollars. In other words, when you compare investments across these various domains, one is better than the other only if it enhances overall well-being. A lot of work is going on the theoretical and modeling and measurement side of this framework. And in fact, I was very excited this morning because it's conceivable that the modeling we do here can be useful for complementing the measurement effort that is going on, and maybe we can work together in that regard. In terms of the why New Zealand has been doing well over the years and the kinds of things we are looking at, actually I found it unbelievable to listen to the Iceland story. Maybe you wasted your money to bring me here, because just listening to that, going through the culture and character, democracy, gender equality, isolated location, being small and far away, education, communication, technical update and connectedness, natural resources. If the only difference is you have fish, we have lamb. So we have 4.5 million people, 45 million lamb will never be hungry. Water, we don't have hydroelectricity, we have wind and sun. Beautiful nature, and all that is really exactly what New Zealand's story is all about. There's no difference except that instead of the Scandinavians affecting the way of life here, it's the British and their arrival that did the same in the context of New Zealand. What happened is those immigrants in the 1800s brought their own institutional knowledge and broader human capital. So we started on a very strong footing. The ethnic mix came from countries that valued high-performing social institutions. Those people then attracted direct investment from Britain and other places, everything that was built by direct investment. So wealth came with it, not only human capital, but also financial and built capital. The initial high income then enabled us to build even stronger institutions and I keep returning to it. If there is one message I have from a policy side, it would be strong institutions. That's really the heart of everything we do in New Zealand. It's about building strong, sustainable institutions that cannot be reversed by political winds. And we also had a reasonably homogeneous bicultural society, and there was a huge attempt to make sure that the Maori and the Pakeha lived together in peace. That was very important. In terms of some of the metrics that are on the slide, personal rights green, our political system is modeled on a system which enhances political freedom. We inherited that from the British. We have a Human Rights Commission. We have a Race Relations Commissioner. We have a Bill of Rights Act. All these institutions are created to fundamentally protect the freedoms that are in society, and democracy and civil rights are all embedded in legislation, institutions, and the culture of the place. So once you do these things, it's very hard to change them in a democracy. In terms of personal freedom and choice, I already referred to that in terms of our history and values and the kind of people who came in first. In terms of our tolerance, like with Iceland maybe, our isolation from the rest of the world means we do not have the same negative impacts from war and border fears and that kind of stuff. We can choose and pick the kinds of immigrants we accept. We are geographically isolated, island-based small country with all the joys and problems that brings. For example, we have a massive inferiority complex relative to Australia. But because we are isolated and small, we are socially connected. We have among the highest, like Iceland, traveling people inwards and outwards in the world. Auckland is the fourth most ethnically diverse city in the world. Approximately 40% of those living there were not born in New Zealand. Our institutions are designed specifically to discourage discrimination, Human Rights Commission being a good example. Our political system enables the expression of a more diverse set of views than in some other systems. The speed of legislation means we can adapt and respond pretty quickly. It's a unicameral system. And we have huge tolerance, and we embed that to tolerance, for example, for homosexuals. The Homosexual Law Reform Act 1986 is an example of the way we deal with these things. We legislate, we put it in legislation, we institutionalize it. So the key lessons are starting points and history are critical. You cannot cut and paste these things. Institutions are critical. They can be deliberately built. We have a Public Finance Act. We have a new Central Bank, Reserve Bank Act. This has all happened in recent times. Adaptability is critical. What are the key challenges New Zealand society is facing? Although the past is beautiful, the future we are a bit nervous about. We are moving from a bicultural to a multicultural society, and it comes with all the joys and pains of it. All the wicked problems, is the new jargon, young people use these terms, wicked problems, apparently that means difficult problems. All require cross-agency work. Our institutions have been built in silos. How do you deliver lack of poverty, income, good outcomes for people when you have 10 agencies that need to work together? That's against the grain of the society. In terms of finally the opportunities and what we are currently working on, the investment approach I talked about, especially with regard to social investment, is now becoming more doable because we have very rich data emerging. That data is being taken through very detailed predictive analytics. We can find the kind of people whom we want to extract and play with and work with and invest in. And that in turn makes us focus on the right people and then monitor their progress as we go through, so that as we invest in them, we can monitor their progress, and as we succeed, all the other dimensions of well-being increase as well. So that's the New Zealand story. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Kirol. And on the offer to collaborate on analytics, the answer is yes, please. We'd love to. Thank you. One of SPI's best friends is the Basque Competitiveness Institute Orchestra. And a couple of years ago, they asked us, well, could we produce a social progress index for the Basque country of Spain? Well, working together, we went a lot further. And with their help, a collaboration was built with the European Commission, which produced a social progress index for all the regions of the European Union that was launched in February. It's in a draft version at the moment, so we're really looking for feedback on that. We're very excited about that. And one of the findings of that draft social progress index was that the Basque country is a very strong performer relative to the other regions of Spain on the issue of opportunity. So I'm delighted that Angel Tonia is here from the Basque country to come and present and tell us the story and the secret behind the Basque country's success. Angel, welcome.
Thank you, Michael. I would like to start by thanking Michael Porter and SPI for giving us the opportunity to tell you about our experience. Euskadi, like we say, the Basque Country, is a small region with just over 2,100,000 inhabitants. In 2015, our gross domestic product, GDP, reached 69 billion euros, with an unemployment rate of 14%. The Basque Country still maintains the historic rights which give us fiscal autonomy that enable us to formulate our self-government with more resources. This formula also has its challenges. We have to create conditions so that our economy is capable of creating wealth to then be able to distribute it. We depend on ourselves for good and for bad. The social and economic challenges that we face are similar to those faced by the countries and regions that surround us. Our population is aging. We have low birth rates, and our companies struggle to be competitive in a market which, as everybody knows, is increasingly global. I wanted to give you some context before talking about the social progress that we are achieving. Higher than other Spanish regions, true, yes, but not at the same level of other European regions that we would like to catch up with. Our position may be explained by the Basque Country commitment to social policies over performance in opportunity, a clear commitment that bears its fruits. If we understand these policies as those that most directly affect citizens, including our commitment to health, education, and social cohesion, the conclusion is that our government destines 3 out of every 4 euros to cover social needs. And this is an ideological commitment that we are proud of. I said earlier that our challenges are also demographic. According to forecast, from here to 2020, we will lose inhabitants. And in that year, the population over 65 will almost be a quarter of the total. One of the most powerful commitments of our government during this last year is the Basque Strategy for Active Aging. Its aim is to promote active aging in society. This is also, we have followed to the European Agreement on Demographic Change and have a powerful network of age-friendly municipalities. In fact, this network, supported by the World Health Organization, placed the Basque Country at the cutting edge in this field, being the region with the highest number of age-friendly municipalities. From our point of view, the progressive aging of the population will bring new needs, but also new opportunities, sure. The biggest challenge is to be one step ahead. And this is what we are working on. But it is obvious that new needs are already arising from a social and healthcare point of view. In the Basque Country, for example, we have implemented a remote assistance service that enables older or disabled people to have professionals just a click away. And concerning the demographic challenge, I would like to add one more thing. We are working on an interinstitutional, stable, and long-term strategy through a country agreement for infancy and families that enables Basque institutions, whatever their political affiliation, to make commitments to develop policies to boost birth rates and incentivize conciliation. In short, policies that respond to families' needs. Therefore, young Basque people can have the number of children they wish, not just the number they can afford. But our social policies go far beyond that. And proof of this is our social services system, a system that is public network for providing service and to promote social integration, autonomy, and the social well-being of all people. This system is developed in coordination with the rest of the public institutions, such as cities and local governments in Basque Country. I would not like to miss the opportunity here today to talk about our social cohesion system, about our fight against poverty, because an advanced society must reach everyone. While the social progress index purposely leaves out economic indicators to measure social and environmental outcomes, these outcomes cannot be achieved if the society does not put in place mechanisms to reduce poverty. In the latest 1980s, the Basque Country experienced the consequences of the industrial reconversion of the late 70s and the early 80s in the form of high unemployment rates, precariousness, and poverty. At the time, the Basque government carried out one study that made evident the situation. In early 1989, the comprehensive plan to fight against poverty was implemented. 1 year later, the Basque Parliament approved the first regional law on minimum income in Spain. This law was the result of a broad political consensus. With the minimum family income, a path was started. This path has led to a current system of This path has led to the current system of public benefits for guaranteeing income. Guaranteed income based on 3 programs. First, the guaranteed income benefits. Second one, the complementary housing benefits. And third, the social emergency benefits. In the Basque Country, we contribute 40% of the total investment throughout Spain to social policies, and we only represent 6% of the population of Spain. From a strictly social point of view, it's true that the Basque guaranteed income system has not completely resisted the blows of the latest. Nevertheless, it is still very far from what it was during the previous crisis in 1996. Despite the crisis, the unemployment rate than that of Europeans' more socially advanced countries, in 2014, the Basque Country remained close to these countries as regards the indicators more directly linked to the experience of severe poverty, as you can see on the screen. In these indicators, the Basque Country figures are clearly better than the European average. I should also be pointed out that the Basque Guarantee Income Policy was not only designed to guarantee short-term access to minimum resources. Furthermore, this policy made possible to guarantee the long-term economic stability of the population. Some figures clearly back this statement. Thus, for example, the proportion of people in homes that do not have resources to cover extraordinary expenses is at 22% in the Basque Country. This indicator is 39% in the European Union. Only Sweden is below the Basque Country in this indicator. It's evident that without this system, the current level of well-being would not be the same. This is the social legacy of the people in the Basque Country, who in the late 1980s assumed the risk of promoting this new policy of social expenditure, something that in addition took place in a situation of severe crisis. To conclude, first, we have maintained active social policies despite the pressures to cut down on social spending. Economic policies alone might have benefits in the short term, but they are likely to contribute to both economic to social inequalities. Second, achieving high level of progress in the opportunities dimension is linked to the other dimensions, such as having access to adequate housing, basic knowledge, or health and well-being. Of course, social cohesion policies also have to be accompanied by the right framework to guarantee that personal rights are maintained, that people have opportunities to access advanced education, or to freely take decisions about their lives. We try to govern for people, to respond to people's needs, today's and tomorrow's needs. We are committed to education, healthcare, and social cohesion. Last but not least, like you say, proud of what we have achieved and aware of what remains to be done. Our model can be applied elsewhere, but to make this possible, a political commitment to promote social policies and a demanding management of the available resources is necessary, so that the country can continue advancing, competing, and creating wealth. Thank you very much.
Angel, thank you so much. And I think that's kind of a theme that we're seeing is about this interdependence between the different aspects of social progress. And one intriguing finding we're getting from the European data is that if you look at some of the group of sort of young people not in education, employment or training, often they've got very low scores around the opportunity dimension in terms of having control over their lives, trusted institutions. There's a very strong relationship with their access to information. And actually, if we're trying to get young people's lives moving, then actually access to information is crucial, that hopefully can inform policy elsewhere. Moving on now to a couple of case studies of spectacular overperformers across a whole range of aspects of social progress. At the end of last year, a Social Progress Index was launched covering 10 cities in Colombia. And this was a really exciting project for us, because it was the first Social Progress Index where we had time series. And in this case study from Medellin, we can see how a city has really turned itself around and made enormous progress over a relatively short period of time. So I'm delighted that we have Angela Escalon from Fundación Corona, one of the partners and drivers of that project in Colombia, here to tell us how Medellin did it. Angela.
Good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. It was a long flight, but very nice to be here. Could we have the... Es que pusieron el de Costa Rica. It worked? No. There you go. Okay.
Is this all right?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Okay. On behalf of all the partners of the SPI Colombia, I wanted to express how proud and happy we are to be here, sharing our experience and also learning from all of you. What works is a big question. But as a famous leader Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until it is done. This phrase can show the exciting journey we had when we start thinking with the team of social progress imperative in adapting the SPI methodology from national level to local level, to city level. And I have left in the tables some brochures of how we have worked on that. You can ask yourself why a foundation is leading this process. Fundación Corona has been pioneering and contributing to the development of effective and transparent governments and better informed, responsible, and engaged citizens through our program called Citizens, How Are We Doing? Ciudades, ¿Cómo Vamos? This program follows up our objective and subjective indicators in order to monitor public administration results for more than 17 years. The program is all over our country in 15 capital cities and in 14 towns less than 200,000 inhabitants. It also has been replicated in 64 cities in 14 countries in Latin America. It's a model that we create and we are all using together. Cities, How Are We Doing? Is supported by more than 100 private sector organizations, such as universities, Chamber of Commerce, foundations, newspapers, and private companies. Its focus is on strengthening its ability to gather, analyze, and disseminate information, using methodologies and tools like the Social Progress Index. At the national level network, we believe in the power of information for better policy choices and for more accountable governments. We also believe in three major concepts: smart cities, where the citizens, the people, are the center of the analysis; civic tech, where technology is at the service of the city development; and the concept especially of engaged citizens as a reference for a democratic, participatory, and co-responsible behavior of the population. For 60 years, my country has suffered from an armed internal conflict. And since the 1980s, the rise of the drug cartels created deep fissures in the country's democratic institutions and in society as a whole. Medellin was an icon of this war on drugs and the center of urban conflict. Medellin is located in the middle of our country. It has 2.5 million populations in all the area. As a result of the conflict, we have had more than 6 million victims and displaced population, of which 1.3 million have died. In Medellin, the situation was unsustainable at the period in the 80s when the war started. This shows how the homicide rate has dropped out through the years. Now Medellin is not included in all the rates for violence and criminals statistics, but it also shows how the big changes we have, not only on security, not only in social development, but in reducing poverty. At the essence of our problematic and conflict lies inequality. Colombia has a Gini coefficient of 0.539, one of the highest in Latin America. We are fighting very much to reduce poverty, as you can see in the last 12 years in Colombia, especially in Medellin. Inequality fuels unrest, violence, and all the socio-economical problems that accountable democratic governments should avoid. The SPI is becoming a tool not only to measure the social changes that we have been taking place in Medellin and in Colombia, but it also let us know to understand what works. In Medellin, the model government focused on the principles, what they call government principles for the city. Transparency, we need to recover our faith in ourselves and in our institutions. Resilience, in order to change as fast as we can and adapt to the new things that we have to deal every day. Nonviolence as a culture of respect of life, because we have to understand with our lives why and how is to live in a situation like that. Solidarity, participation, and innovation. And identity. This doesn't work. Medellin was won 2 years ago as an innovative city in the world because we have developed what we call key factors. One is obvious, that is the continuity in public policies. In our country, every 4 years, we change local governments and national governments. And many times, it is like a starting all over again. Medellin demonstrates that if you continue the public policies, it will be an effort that will continue during the time. We have in Medellin a very strong private sector. The private sector is still in Medellin, even in the world. They were there all the time, respalding the institutions and giving the people the trust that they have to remain in the city and to work for the city. So they built up a new way of relationship between public and private sector and between private sector and communities. This creates a new governance practice of transparency, and the most important asset is credibility. This is some pictures of what Medellin has done, and the people start feeling in their daily life how the change will come. This is the access. Medellin is, as you can see, we are in the middle of the Andes. The people have to climb all the mountains to get to their homes. Now they have this cable transportation to go up to the poorest areas, and the changes start being around the cables, and the people start taking care of the neighborhoods and changing their style of life to preserve what is good for them and what change the habitat. The other idea is exactly the same, but with electric stairwell. So they go up into the mountain, into the city. It was before that people have to find out the way to climb. And they start painting the houses, taking care of the neighborhood, talking to the neighbors, reestablishing what you have here, and you have talked all about trust, confidence, and closeness. The other ideas was to open what was very close and protected because nobody believed in the other one and they need a lot of security. So this is the water reservoirs for the areas of many barrios in Medellin. So they throw all the security things and open to the community. So they are the ones who have to take care of it, and they built around playgrounds and spaces and parks where people can get together. So they don't need more security, they just need to be there and to take care of their spaces. Medellin, as many other cities in Colombia, established biking routes and biking systems to collaborate with the emissions, and also to get people in the streets again, so we can all be together. Schools, education, and health has been three of the main issues in Medellin. So they built in the middle of poor, very poor communities, big and beautiful infrastructures, so people are proud of what they are getting in there. This is an example of a former dump where the garbage was thrown, and then they built up this park there. So what we have achieved, and now especially with the SPI as a tool for our governments, local governments and national governments. We are working very hard in the National Planning Department to have the SPI articulated with the new goals that our countries admit as our new step in the United Nations. So we combine the indicators that we have in opportunities, in needs, with the goals that we need. And it started working very well. We are working with the governments, talking the same language, and saying the indicators in the SPI are reflected in the goals, and we can work together to measure and to follow them. We also have achieved that the new measures that just started in January are including the SPI as a way that they are going to be measured for the development of their local programs. This is an example of one city that is called Cali, who was also very hit by the drug problems. And they have it installed in the document and in all the process of development of the local program that the SPI will guide and will measure, and we will do it every year to see how the city is changing. Social changes, people doesn't know how to see it. So with the SPI, we are making it available. The other thing is we are working with corporations, with companies, in order that they can have the SPI of the area of influence. companies sometimes said, I don't care about everything, I care about where I have my industry. So we are developing with them the idea to develop these SPI, local SPIs, or territorial SPIs, so they can follow the communities they are more interested on. SPIs is comparative. We started in 10 cities in Colombia. We will be very glad to come back here to help Reykjavik to develop the SPI. And we have a comparative analysis because we have the same indicators, the same sources for the indicators, so cities can compare each other and see how they are doing. We also measured for the first time, Matthew Bishop mentioned and Professor Porter, the inside the city. Bogota, that is our capital, has 8 million inhabitants. So and it is distributed in 20 localities. So we developed the SPI for each one of them. So you can see the difference, you can see the inequalities, you can see why they are different between them, what conditions and social and economical conditions are there. So for us, as our Nobel Prize Garcia Marquez said, and create the concept of magic reality. We are a country that we are facing our peace process. We hope it will work out and follow Rwanda and many, many other countries that show us the way. But what I want to tell you is our power and our minds and our hearts are between a war and a peace process, and we hope we can make it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Angela. I think it's really interesting. Today we've had 3 presentations from countries that have experienced conflict of some kind. And so it's not just the countries that have been stable for a long time. Countries have managed to find a way through this, and there's something very interesting in there. And thank you, Angela, also for showing that connection with the new Sustainable Development Goals. We hope that Social Progress Index can help to be an accountability tool for those crucial targets for the world for the next 15 years. Our final case study comes from Costa Rica. Costa Rica is the country in the world that is the biggest overperformer on social progress relative to GDP. And SPI, I think, has generated a lot of interest in what Costa Rica is doing right. And we have the perfect person to tell you about that. Victor Romania from the Inkai Business School and also director of the Social Progress Network in Central America. Victor, welcome.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you all for allowing us to share our story. In this talk, I will express my opinion about why Costa Rica is the best overperformer relative to GDP as measured by the Social Progress Index. And I will highlight a combination of a particular set of policies which have been implemented quite well, are complementary to each other, and I think are the immediate cause for these achievements. Of course, my talk could suggest that there is a sort of social progress strategy behind this. Of course, this should be interpreted with care. In particular, these decisions were not necessarily made simultaneously, nor strategically selecting to do this thing first or postpone others for later. Some of the policy omissions were indeed choices, but most were rather failures in areas where reform was attempted but did not succeed, some economic reforms, for example. The first set of policies involves the strong investments and unusual decisions that this country made during a 150-year period that spanned from the moment of its independence until approximately 1970. This involved democracy, peace, education, communication networks, healthcare, labor rights, and the protection of the environment. Of course, as we say in Costa Rica, you cannot make chocolate without cacao. The country embarked since day one on foreign trade and investment attraction to promote economic growth. The combination of all these policies, I believe, explain the high levels of social progress, institutional development, and labor productivity that the country today enjoys. More importantly, these measures were not taken at the time seeking economic value, but rather perhaps higher objectives, social progress, anyone. Nevertheless, once taken, these features constituted a basis for huge potential productivity as they reflected in the business climate, human capital, stability, and rule of law. So, how it all began. Costa Rica was the poorest colony of all the Spanish Empire. The governors back in the day wrote letters to the king asking, "Why on earth did you send me here? It rains every day." None of the usual sources of wealth of that time, precious metals or labor, were abundant. And in this country where Columbus misleadingly called the rich coast. Thus, Costa Rica has a very peculiar socioeconomic history, through which it has made some fairly remarkable choices and pursued objectives that are most in line with the goals of developed nations than most developing countries. Faced with the prospect of independence, we're talking of 1821, the citizens of the small forgotten colony in the middle of the Americas decided not to join the Mexican Empire of Iturbide, but rather decided to be a free independent state. Its first constitution, called the Pacto de Concordia, protected basic civil liberties, including speech and religion freedoms. It guaranteed property rights, and of course, the right to vote 200 years ago. So, Costa Rica turned into the oldest and most mature democracy in the developing world. For 130 years, civilians have governed the country with limited powers established by law and institutionally supervised, that are selected in elections that are, by the standards of their time, open, participatory, and fair. Institutional design and division of powers in Costa Rica are, and for long have been, analogous to Western-style democracies. Rule of law is strong. Citizens have clear, ample rights, known and well defended. In 1949, Costa Rica enacted a new constitution that, among other things, disbanded the armed forces. Since then, the country has subsisted with no army, using diplomacy to defend its interests in the world and deviating to civilian and social objectives resources that otherwise would have gone to weapons. Internal and border security are kept by a police force. There are no soldiers, heavy weapons, military orders, or mandatory service. The country has been effectively and fully disarmed unilaterally for the last 66 years. Of course, there is no coincidence that I'm telling you this in Iceland, the other country in the world that, along Costa Rica, has effectively no military expenditure at all. Costa Rica has invested very heavily since the 1970s in the protection of its environment, aware of the biological treasure within its border that is much larger in terms of biomass, biodiversity, and the number of indigenous species than the size of the country would suggest. Today, about 20% of the country has national park status and is guarded very strictly. Counting other forms of environmental preservation, over a third of the national territory is protected. This has allowed Costa Rica to be among the few nations in the world whose forest cover has increased rather than shrunk. The country has committed to being carbon neutral and has proactively participated in the climate change negotiations. I must say that we are overly proud that a Costa Rican woman led the Paris Agreement negotiations on climate change. Costa Rica has become one of the leading global destinations for environmental-related tourism, biological research, and bioprospecting. During the first 3 months to 2016, 100% of the electricity was generated using renewable resources, hydro, solar, wind, and geothermal, rather than burning fossil fuels. Again, telling you this in Iceland, it's not a surprise. Networks. Costa Rica networks of infrastructure are particularly deep. For instance, we have more kilometers of paved road and per square kilometer of territory than any other country in the region. In even the smallest village, in almost all the national territory, there is a reasonable road connecting to the key highways, electricity, service, phone service, and drinking water. There are schools and small healthcare centers disseminated through the country. These networks have existed for a long time and are built from the bottom up, in the sense that what makes them special is not the quality or the size of the central arteries, the main highway, the key port, the big campus, but rather the quality, connectivity, and density of the many capillaries. Basic services are therefore disseminated across the country rather than concentrated in the main cities, as in other countries. Basic education has been mandatory since the 19th century, and enrollment rates are and have long been high at all levels of education. There is an effective national system of training and a large number of universities and professional schools. Costa Rica protected modern labor rights and established a national health care system long before most developing countries and without a revolution in between. The national health care system is broad, and 90% of the population is covered by health insurance through the Caja Costarricense del Seguro Social. The resulting positive health indicators include the highest life expectancy in the Western Hemisphere. Worker rights are strong and widely respected. The Costa Rican worker is trained, disciplined, creative, and industrious. Notice, for instance, the emergence and dynamism of high-tech activities in Costa Rica, like the production of computer parts, medical equipment, and complex services. Costa Rica is a low-wage provider of these things because the main competitors are developed nations. Other poor countries simply lack the basic human skill to participate in those markets, even at much lower costs. As a consequence, Costa Ricans have high levels of human capital and therefore high labor productivity. After many years of being involved in the national trade and FDI efforts, I am surprised about how often the quality, ability, and mental flexibility of the Costa Rican people are cited as the reason why many sophisticated countries choose to operate here instead of other places that are on paper more competitive. So, as I was saying, you cannot make chocolate without cacao. The second set of policies I want to highlight are economic. Since the end of the 80s, Costa Rica has maintained macroeconomic stability, as it now in its 34th consecutive year of positive growth without a financial, fiscal, or balance of payment crisis. While the stabilization pursuits are by no means complete, and in particular the country is facing a growing fiscal deficit, progress has been significant. In this period, some microeconomic reforms and deregulation occurred, and the heavy-handed state intervention of the mid-20th century has been traded for more modern and open supervision. All this was done very idiosyncratically. Costa Rica engaged in its own creative way the execution of some of the reforms proposed by international convention wisdom of the time, today trivialized under the label of the Washington Consensus, and refused to undertake others. Arguably, the main reason why Costa Rica has been able to enjoy relatively high income growth is based on its efforts to internationalize its economy, liberalize trade, promote exports, attract foreign direct investment. The results have been quite impressive. However, one should underline that in the last 30 years, Costa Rica could have sacrificed or risked the large social progress achievements of the past, but instead chose to protect them, even during the fiscal stress of the debt crisis of the 80s. It is also the case that it was understood that no other economic objective could be attained without macroeconomic stabilization and some deregulation, and these things were pursued slowly but consistently. Finally, the priority given to export promotion was indeed a strategic choice due to its complementarities with other measures. The somewhat good performance enjoyed since then in a variety of areas is, in my mind, primarily a consequence of these policies. So yes, there is a sense in which this group of policies discussed here constitute an incomplete but partially successful social progress strategy. One of the ongoing debates among those of us who advance social progress and economic development is, of course, what is the direction of causality between them. In this chicken and egg debate, it is clear that the reasons Costa Rica to pursue these goals are not economic. Environmental preservation or demilitarization, for instance, are objectives in their own right, and as such are viewed by the population in the country. There does not have to be an economic benefit in order to be worthwhile. Nevertheless, once society acquires these features, they become huge economic assets. The institutional development, predictability, and rule of law of a democracy, the security, and the saving of fiscal resources, thanks to not having an army, the value that environmental preservation yields to tourism and agriculture, the low operating costs related to deep connectivity networks, etc., are huge treasures. In particular, the impact of human capital on productivity and on potential wages and output is hard to substitute. So what can other countries learn from this experience? I believe the main lesson is that for some very fundamental societal challenges related to social, human, and institutional development are too valuable to leave for later. For example, in Latin America, looking back at our social progress ranking, there is something to be said about the fact that Chile, Costa Rica, and Uruguay, the three countries that more clearly seem to have attempted things in the opposite order, are also the three fastest growers in the last 2 decades. Strategies that neglect this try to get quick solutions from quicker policies and leave these fundamental priorities for later. This will very dubiously succeed past the simple achievement of apparent macroeconomic stability and the growth of some simple low-cost industries. However, there are some important challenges. Compared to Asian and European countries, economic growth has not been impressive. Income distribution is already skewed, and it has been growing increasingly unequal. And in a variety of policy areas, successive efforts have not been successful. More importantly, there is a growing developing gap between rural areas and the cities, especially among coastal and border regions. To tackle these challenges is why we are focusing our latest efforts in advancing social progress at the local level. We have successfully measured the full 81 municipalities of the country. This has spurred an unprecedented demand for evidence-based policy and action from different stakeholders, including firms such as Walmart and Cargill, which are doing real stuff in the field with us, trying to address the priorities that have been explained by the Social Progress Index. NGOs, central government institutions, and local governments are working with us hand in hand to address these priorities. So, what works? To conclude, let me repeat myself. I can think of no economic decision undertaken by Costa Rica that has yielded more economic fruits than democracy, education, disarmament, environmental protection, healthcare, and labor rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. And no chocolate without cacao. No social progress without lunch, I think. We're going to take a break now for lunch. Lots we've heard in this morning, lots to digest along with our food over lunch. And we'll come back at 1 to start talking about what this all means. So please, 1 o'clock back here, and we'll start talking about what this all means. Enjoy your lunch. Welcome back. What delicious lunch. Let's see a few stragglers coming in. So, my father was a carpenter. So when I was growing up, he always taught us the mantra of the carpenter, which is measure twice, cut once. Measurement is crucial, and getting the right information in order to drive action is absolutely fundamental, as we've been hearing a lot about this morning. So I'm delighted for our first speaker after lunch. We have John Atli Benediktsson, who is the president of the University of Iceland, who will be speaking about the role of research in driving social progress. Professor Benediktsson, welcome.
Professor Michael Porter, Prime Minister of Iceland, and dear guests, it's a great pleasure to be here. And I will talk about a few things here, but first of all, I would like to mention the Social Progress Index as being discussed this morning, and Professor Porter went through that. Iceland is doing very well. We have seen that. Ranked number 4 overall, 6th in basic human needs, 11th in opportunity, and 4th in foundation of well-being. And we see, as Professor Porter mentioned this morning, that the topic of access to advanced education under opportunity is high-quality universities. We need to do well there. And this is an opportunity for Iceland to improve there. I'm not saying we're not doing well, but we can improve. And in my talk today, I split it into a few things. First, I will discuss expenditure on higher education. Then I will briefly talk about the University of Iceland, which is quite central in Icelandic society as the largest and oldest university here. Then I will talk about research, performance, and impact. And then I will go through rankings, university rankings, Times Higher Education, World University Rankings, and then sum up. So first about the expenditure. And here is a plot we have, and this has been discussed quite a bit here in Iceland. This is based on the OECD Education at a Glance reports. And this is for the Nordic countries, and we have here 5 years, 2008 to 2012. 2012 is the newest number, going from left to right. And these reports are a little bit lacking, so 2012 is the newest, as I said. And if we look at this, we see that Iceland is below what we have there as the dashed line, which is the OECD average. The other Nordic countries are above, but we see Iceland is closest to Finland. And if we look at this in a different way and take Finland and Iceland, which we could say are the closest, and see the difference in expenditure on higher education from 2005 to 2012. We see that the expenditure here in Iceland has decreased by about 15% in this period, and we're talking about expenditure per student, whereas Finland has increased. And if we look at the GDP, as Professor Porter mentioned this morning, we see, looking at Finland and Iceland and GDP per capita, the difference per capita from 2000 to 2012 is not that significant. There are some fluctuations, but they're similar. But if we look at this as a bar plot for these years, Iceland on the right, Finland on the left for all the years, and then we have a graph of showing the expenditure per student in Finland above, and as a full line and a dash or dotted line for Iceland, we see that Iceland has sort of stagnated, but Finland has increased its expenditure per student. So this is sort of what we have, and as the Prime Minister is here, he's the chairman of the Science and Technology Council in Iceland. What we have in the policy of Science and Technology Council here in Iceland is to go above the OECD average per student and also reach what we call the Nordic average. But this is the situation as it is. If we look at the University of Iceland, and just give you a short profile of the university, it was founded in 1911. It has evolved through the years. It's now a comprehensive research university with 5 schools, 25 faculties. It has more than 700 academic staff. Several now highly cited researchers work at the university, and we have more than 13,000 students. And since 2011, the university has been ranked by the Times Higher Education World University Rankings, and currently is number 222 there, and it's 138 in Europe and number 13 in the Nordic countries, and it is also ranked by other surveys. If we look at the 30-year development of the University of Iceland, we see quite a dramatic change. During these 30 years, the university has focused very much on research, but we see, if we look at the academic staff, from 1984 to 2014, in 10-year periods, it has tripled the number. The number of students has also tripled. The graduations have, we can say, multiplied 7 times, but the main change has been the focus on research education. In 1984, we only had 10 master's degrees. In 2014, we had more than 900. PhD degrees were unknown until maybe 10, 15 years ago, and in 2014, we had 82. So there's a dramatic change there. And we also see this in terms of the publications, the refereed international publications. They have multiplied 21 times in the period, and the citations, the impact of these research works has multiplied 25 times. And these are publications authored or co-authored by researchers at the University of Iceland, and both domestic and international collaboration is extremely important. During the last 10 years, the University of Iceland has focused on strategic planning. And we have had a policy for 2006 to 2011 with markers, again for 2011 to 2016, and we just approved a new policy for 2016 to 2021. In the first policy from 2006, we had emphasis on scientific output. This was during the boom here in Iceland. It was very growth-driven. We wanted to double the number of papers in refereed journals. We wanted to enhance the international collaboration, and we continue to do that. And we wanted to quintuple the number of PhD degrees. In 2011, at our centennial, we continued with the strategic planning, but it was not growth-driven. It was to strengthen the infrastructure, focus very much on quality, and integrating teaching and research. And as I mentioned, we have just approved a new strategic plan. It has 5 focus areas. We can say a progressive vision for teaching and learning, focus on strong research infrastructure. We want to meet the grand challenges facing Iceland and the world. We want the university to be a great place to work at, and we focus very much on quality, culture, and information technology. And we show the strategic plan in this figure here. We have 3 pillars: research, teaching and learning, and active participation in society. And then this is based on the human capital, the human resources, and we need funding for the university to become a leading university. But if we look at the performance based on these strategic plans, we see, if we look at these 30 years from 1984, the number of papers in refereed publications has increased significantly. And I mentioned 21 times this has happened. And this is relative growth that exceeds what is being done globally. If we look at from 1999, just to take a shorter period, we are looking at an increase by 320% in the publications, where the world average has increased 78%, sorry. But if we look at the impact, which is so important in all of this, it's not only the number of publications, it's the quality, and we measure that by impact. We see where the world average is 1, that the University of Iceland has strived to become a very impact-driven university in terms of publications, and we are close to reaching an impact factor on average of 2, which is almost twice what is the world average. You can see on the left that there were significant fluctuations early on because we didn't have that many papers, but now we have more papers and the fluctuations have gone, but we are increasing in impact. International collaboration is extremely important, and we have agreements with more than 400 universities worldwide. In research, we collaborate with 125 countries based on co-authorship, just going through the ISI database. And just on this plot, the darker color means that we have a strong research collaboration. And obviously that is within Iceland, but we also have Europe, the Nordic countries there, and also the US and Canada, but we have also a strong research collaboration in Asia now. But if we look at international co-authored ISI publications, we see during the last 10 years, it has been increasing in terms of co-authorship from 51% to 69%, whereas the global average has only increased from 13% to 17%. Now let's look at the rankings. And I've already mentioned that the University of Iceland was ranked via the Times Higher World University Rankings. Based on our first strategic plan, we were ranked for the first time in 2011 at 275. We are now, after the second strategic plan, at 222, and we are very, very happy about this. And the total score that is given by Times Higher Education has increased from 33 to 47. And there are 5 main performance indicators given. One is teaching, one is research, third one is citations, fourth is international outlook, which is related to collaboration, and the fifth is industry income. The strength of this Times Higher World University Rankings is that it is based on data mostly, as Professor Porter mentioned this morning about results. But the relative weakness is there are subjective markers based on reputation surveys, and they are 32%. And if we look at the rankings, and here we have a pentagon showing this, teaching counts for 30%, international outlook 7.5%, industry income 2.5%, and then we have research 30% and citations 30%. We see that the University of Iceland is scoring very highly in terms of the citations. It's also doing very well in the international outlook and industry income, but it is lagging in the teaching and in the research. And if we look at how this has changed, as I mentioned already, it has increased from 33 to 41. We see that in terms of teaching, research, and citations, we have basically from 2011, we have improved in all these 3 main markers that count for 90%. But we see on the right here that we have now in citations, we received the mark of 91 out of 100, and there is not much room for improvement. But we are doing in terms of research at 27 and teaching at 17. But basically, we have been improving. So, just to sum it up, as we saw, Iceland ranks highly in the Social Progress Index. We have most room to improve in access to advanced education. We spend less per student than the Nordic countries, but we plan on doing better there. What was worrying that the expenditure per student has decreased from 2005 to 2012, but we see that the focus of the University of Iceland has been on research in this period, and the publications, the number has increased 21 times, and the impact factor is well over the world average. And we have focused very much on international collaboration, and that's extremely important. As an island, we need strong international collaboration, along with strong domestic collaboration. And we have been ranked since 2011, and it's very important that most of our score or the contribution comes from data-driven sources or indicators. But the subjective fields we are not doing very well, as can be explained, but we are also working on improving there. But the citation impact at the University of Iceland now ranks 55 out of 800, and I think that's tremendous. But I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Benediktsson. I'd like to now welcome back to the stage Matthew Bishop, who's going to be moderating a conversation with some experts about what we've heard in the morning session. I'd like to welcome Mette Lindgaard from Deloitte, Marta Meinau, who's somewhere from Harvard Law School, Mark Fleurbet from Princeton University, but also from the International Panel on Social Progress, and finally, of course, Michael Porter. Welcome. Matthew, over to you.
Great, thank you, Michael. Well, who'd have guessed he was the son of a carpenter? Anyway, so the part of this session that we are charged with is to sort of reflect on this morning's lessons and case studies, and to try and draw some conclusions about what really does work. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists in turn to reflect on what they've heard and what's struck them most initially in the initial remarks about what they've heard today, and then we're going to dive a bit deeper into those conclusions. And we'll also feed in some of the reaction we've been getting over coffee from you in the audience, but also from the Twitter sphere, where there's been quite a lot of buzz about some of the presentations at least. So I'm actually going to start with Mark from the International Panel on Social Progress, who brings together a great economic expertise, but also a great interest in philosophy and public choice theory and all sorts of things of that kind. So Mark, what struck you most so far from what you've heard today?
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. First, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share thoughts with you. What seems quite obvious from what we heard this morning, I think, is that there are sure values, sure things that, not just low-hanging fruits, but things that really seem to be working almost everywhere. And these are strong institutions in terms of the rule of law, democracy, strong investment in health and education, and also safety net, so that people don't fall into poverty traps. And I'd like to add to that another thing that is probably quite important: gender equality, strong investment in promoting gender equality. So these seem to me pretty strong values, and we haven't heard about failures in these domains this morning. The other thing that is perhaps more a question than a remark is that there is always this issue in terms of social progress and social engineering about whether it's more top-down or bottom-up. I had the impression this morning, and that connected to my own concern, that bottom-up is quite important, and that we heard, for instance, that popular pressure is a key factor to get momentum into some policies, and this perhaps should remind us that we shouldn't think of whatever we do in terms of initiatives in measurement or in policy in terms of imposing things on the population. We should really listen to the populations and think more in terms of empowering them and giving them voice. So that connects very, very well to the idea of democracy, of course, and the rule of law, but listening to people, respecting their preferences and values, and thinking of social progress as something that is really empowering them. And so it's both, the definition of social progress should come partly from them and consist in this empowerment process. So that's it's more a question than really a remark. Perhaps I'm partly wrong on that, but that's my feeling that I wanted to share. Thank you.
So I turn next to Martha Minow, who's Dean of Harvard Law School, Barack Obama's old alma mater, also a great expert on human rights and on education, involved with the MacArthur Foundation. Martha, I mean, what struck you most today?
Perhaps because I do have a legal background, I was struck by, particularly in the opportunity area, the significance of law and rights, which is also a sobering lesson for those of us in the legal field, because we tend not to talk about measurement, we tend not to talk about outcomes, we tend not to talk about systems, actually. And this is a wake-up call, I really do think. It is incredibly important to think about not just rights on the books, but enforcement. The gap between the two is enormous. I'm glad to hear rule of law mentioned, because I didn't see that pulled out, and yet it seems a very important feature of regions like the Republic of Korea, Hong Kong, other places that have done very, very well. At the same time, I was also so struck by the fact that in the global measures, the lowest score is for tolerance, the lowest one. And why is that? Maybe there are lessons we can all learn from New Zealand where it's high. And also by a comment that Michael Green made, that several of the countries and regions that were highlighted are ones that have had conflict recently. In fact, all have to some extent, even Iceland, if you go back to the sagas, or even to the crash. And there are lessons to be learned here, on the one hand, that there can be well-being even where there has been conflict, but also that there's another factor. I wonder if it could go into the index somewhere, about the social investment in the reconciliation or in the social cohesion. The Rwanda's effort to use the gacaca, for example, is very striking as a way to deal with the fact that people are going to be living next to each other and have to find a way to coexist. If there isn't an investment in those kinds of activities, even if the rest of society seems to be going all right, there can be a corrosion over time. And that leads to my last observation, which is underneath so many of the factors is the significance of trust. Trust in institutions, trust in the polity, trust in the police, trust in one another. And what does it take to build that, and what erodes it seems like an important set of questions that may, in fact, require stepping back and thinking about something like top-down, bottom-up in a new way. That networks might be more effective than the way we thought traditionally about decentralization or centralization. How do you build trustworthy networks? Similarly, how do you build a long time frame perspective, an intergenerational perspective, necessary for sustainability, necessary for long-term solutions, Colombia's investment long-term in social investment, for example, but you have to also be nimble. And so building the kind of trust that can strengthen long-term investment while also giving the room for people to make changes and to turn and to respond to failures. That seemed to me an underlying concern, very worth paying attention to. Thank you.
Great. Mette Lynggaard, you run social innovation for Deloitte, which is a key partner of the Social Progress Index. What are your reflections?
Well, I think basically two things strikes me today. I've spent the last 20 years as a civil servant and a consultant developing welfare services. And I think the relevance of SPI is quite clear from today. Denmark is a good example. We, as it was shown before in the previous presentation, have very high expenditure on education, some of the highest in the world. But honestly, we are not really achieving the results that you would expect on education. I think SPI contributes to give us a broader perspective on what we're doing in our welfare state and inspire us to keep on developing, although we sometimes tend to think that we are doing quite well. We are also not represented here today among the top performers, and I think that's also quite interesting. We have quite a bit to learn. And I think that's my other point from today. I see an increasing appetite and awareness of the need to share experiences, share solutions when it comes to trying to solve some of the wicked or complex issues that we are facing with our aging populations, poverty, youth unemployment, lifestyle diseases. And we tend to look to our closest neighbor, or what we call the usual suspects, the countries that we think look most like ourselves. And I think today has shown us that there are pockets of truly innovative solutions, partnerships, use of technology in areas where we would probably not tend to find our inspiration. So you could ask, have the US ever tried to learn from Rwanda when it comes to human rights? Probably not, but perhaps they should. So I think this inspires us to try to still keep on seeking that inspiration, but try to look broader on solutions.
Great. Well, Michael Porter, you eat and breathe this stuff day by day. Did anything surprise you from the case studies you heard this morning?
Well, I guess let me just step back a little bit, and I think what we did this morning on a not a huge scale, but on a medium scale, because we had 8 or 9 different bites at the apple, was we tried to look at the study of progress across multiple issue areas, and obviously across multiple countries. And my sense of it is that the way we've studied progress historically in most areas is in silos. We've studied one thing at a time, and there's an academy about, how do we, pass the civil rights laws, and how do we do public education reform, and we've looked at it issue by issue, but in a way, and obviously the social progress framework measures success issue by issue, but we've also done today, we've also kind of had a chance to look across a bunch of settings and a bunch of issues and thought more broadly about this whole question of, how do things get better? And clearly, and so my head is a bit spinning from listening to that conversation, because it's clear that, part of it has to do with very specific policy choices. I choose this versus that, and this policy works better, and part of it has to do with, do we commit the resources to actually do it, in terms of spending, and that came up a couple of times. But it's also clear that the execution varies dramatically on the same policies, whatever we spend, depending on the variety of circumstances that allow us to be, efficient and productive and get things done. And then that takes us very quickly into the broader institutional environment surrounding any progress. And some of that is things like, do we have good, rule of law and democratic institutions? Is government full of corruption, or is it trusted and doing its job? And then we ask the question. Then it gets even broader. So, isn't it interesting that conflict seems to have been a plus? Okay, so how did that work? And maybe that caused people to stop thinking only critically about what's wrong, but also see that there was no other solution except for them to engage constructively in getting things done and being pragmatic. So I'm sort of starting to see a very hazy outline of a whole new field here. Which I think we've been ill-equipped really to take on systematically. I think Mark and many of his colleagues, I think this is a very fertile subject for us to for us to develop, deeply, and it's going to take time.
That's a really interesting point, because I think often lists of social progress, it's the usual suspects, the Scandinavian countries, New Zealand, and so forth. But the fact that we have these 3 countries that have suffered catastrophic internal conflict, and yet they seem to have found a way to deliver pretty rapid social progress after that conflict.
Exactly.
What are you learning from that? Anything in particular, or are you still just sort of excited by the question in a sense?
Well, I think we're learning that eventually, I think people have to understand that unless we come together and work as a productive and effective society, nothing good's going to happen. And all of a sudden it sort of overcomes sort of a combative, zero-sum mindset that afflicts many societies, and people fight over distribution, and somehow that conflict, put that aside. I mean, that there was something much more fundamental, I think, going on that allowed people to come together. I've been deeply involved in Rwanda, and have sort of seen that happen there firsthand. And but I think another fundamental, interesting idea is the need to engage other citizens in the community. And I think in the sense Martha made this point, in a sense in some of these conflict nations, people had no choice but to engage each other, because non-engagement had been catastrophic and futile and going nowhere. So I think there's a, I'm repeating myself, but I think there's a rather profound field of study here, and I think we in the academy have been very policy focused. What's the right set of policies, to do X or to do Y, and I think what we're seeing in this work, and even in our first test drive of this whole process, is the degree to which there's a lot of stuff wrapped around the individual policy choices that we would make in individual field. I mean, economics, we're overwhelmed with what's the right macro policy for this, and what's the right way to manage currency, and maybe the economic sphere is a little bit more generalizable in that respect. But I think certainly in how do we achieve social change along these multiple dimensions, I think we're going to have to sort of write a different kind of a playbook.
So Mark, one of the questions that was raised on Twitter was, we seem to have a number of case studies that are essentially small places. We haven't, the United States actually does quite badly on the Social Progress Index. Are we just picking up a kind of small country or a regional effect, or is there something that we would expect to be able to, in future years, pick a country like America and see that outperform? I mean, Mark, why don't you start, and then
I'll be
Mike will come in a bit later on that.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was not sure whether it was Mark or Mike.
Sorry.
So I think that time will tell us whether we can really generalize these lessons. But my impression is that there are key notions, I was thinking virtues, that are kind of obviously operating, and if we identify them, we see that indeed they are there. And they are, as Michael was saying, they are not just in policies, but they are also in the institutions that surround these policies. And so when we were talking about tolerance, for instance, the idea of inclusion, looking for social bonding and improving solidarity connections between people, when we were talking about trust, transparency and accountability are values which seem to be playing a big role in all these stories. And in a way, the SPI is playing a role by itself as improving the accountability and the transparency of policy and institutions and their impact on people. And the focus on outcomes rather than inputs is very well thought in this context. So the SPI, in a way, is itself not just measuring progress, but
are we overly focused on smaller places that maybe have more homogeneity and so forth, and therefore, is there something about that effect that we're picking up? Martha,
I'm happy to be confused with my sister. No. You know, I think that I was very struck by the study of the Basque region and also by the cities in Colombia and Latin America generally. There can be scale questions, of course, but then it's possible to go to a city that's even bigger than a nation, right? So I think that there are lessons here that are very, very relevant, and to use a common metric to be able to have a conversation across cities and towns inside of a large country like the United States, I think would be very, very productive and helpful. And to see that actually places that otherwise look the same actually differ on many of these measures. That's a kind of vocabulary that I think we've been missing. I also think, though, that this exposes the way in which the centralization, decentralization, top-down, bottom-up, we need to think about that differently. We need, again, to think about lateral sharing of lessons. And something about the social progress language allowing people to work all the way down to a very local level, but still have a sense of common language and common purpose. I do think that having a sense of commonality may come out of a crisis. But even for communities that haven't had a crisis that's immediate, we have crises plenty coming up in the world, and to have a common vocabulary with which to tackle it, even though actions need to be taken locally, I think is a real contribution. Last thing that I'll say about this is that I do think that having a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, a sense of something beyond yourself is critical, and it was striking in all of these stories. And social progress language is a way to talk about that, but I also think it's a way that people, in whatever economic circumstances they may be, will find more meaning and more sense of connectivity, which itself will produce more success.
Natalie, do you want to comment on this?
Well, I would tend to agree, both on sort of the value of having that common terminology, vocabulary. Also, perhaps sort of us, the usual suspects, lack that sense of urgency. We don't have perhaps that meaning, that sense of urgency that we need to develop, that we need to progress. Perhaps we're a bit lazy, resting on our success.
Do you think the refugee influx may change that?
It very well may.
Yes. And do you think the countries that do so well on these lists will look so good in a couple of years' time if that happens?
It depends on how fast they are to react to this, and I don't think that we are reacting fast enough.
Michael, could I just bring you back to this point about the smaller units?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and it's actually a research question that we can examine. My first reaction when you said that was, yes, the big units are so heterogeneous that in a way that we see so much variation that whatever the average is, I mean, we can probably find places within the U.S., regions, cities, communities that are stunningly successful on all of these measures, but looking at the country as a whole, we're seeing, the shortcomings in our ability to kind of spread that across the entire society, and I think that's kind of I think that's part of our problem with the very large countries. And so I think this idea that we take this kind of measurement system up and down the ladder of unit, we look at nations, and because there's certain things that nations affect in terms of their policies, but that we drive these things down to the community level and back and forth and back and forth. I think that's going to be very important for us, and I think we'll find that it won't be just size. It'll turn out to be a variety of other things that come together.
Martha.
I'm struck by the question about the refugee crisis, and it does seem to me that going forward, when we have this much larger movement of peoples, this will continue. This is not going to change. That those communities that are able to figure out how to have a multicultural society, this will be a resource, and those that don't, it will be a problem. I'm struck again by the description of New Zealand's experience as a bicultural society moving to be a multicultural society. There may be lessons from places that have actually dealt with this in the past but now have new challenges. And this is another version of the tolerance inclusion issue where investments are necessary. This doesn't happen without investment.
It was interesting, again, I mean, you mentioned New Zealand, and I guess I was very struck during the Costa Rica presentation of the picture of the conquistadors arriving, and there is this sense of how relating to tolerance, and inclusion, how are the First Nations treated in all sorts of parts around the world, and does that tell us anything about the readiness of some of these countries to become multicultural and effective? Are there any lessons there that we can take that was New Zealand particularly good on that front? Mark?
I wanted to come back to the issue of the positive role of crisis, which indeed is striking in the example we've seen. But in Europe, we've seen that big time after the Second World War, where indeed a lot of the welfare state institutions have been set in place, precisely because people went through a hardship that made them realize that coming together was important. Also, the war connected people because they had to move around more, so empathy was much bigger than it was before, where it was more like a class hierarchical society. And so raising empathy is quite important, and I'm afraid that the migration crisis is different in that respect, because it is not putting people together, it is putting the incumbent population together against the newcomers, and that's a much more difficult situation to handle.
So another area that was striking was the extent to which the third pillar of social progress, the opportunities and rights element, that seems to be, in almost every case, the least developed, the least successful. And pertaining to this sort of conversation about how we're moving towards a multicultural world, tolerance, human capital seems to be extremely important, flexibility in society. Are we getting the sequencing wrong? And why does that sequencing seem so sort of locked in to the way development happens? I mean, Michael, do you want to go first on that?
Well, it's one of the most interesting things that, in a way, big findings that came out of the work so far on social progress is the fact that opportunity is the hardest, which you would not intuitively necessarily think that, but it turns out empirically to be the hardest, and it also, I didn't discuss this morning, but when we look at the happiness data and we try to explain happiness, the fact that you're happy is great to know, but what you really want to know is why you're happy, okay? And so we've been exploring that, and it turns out that if you control for GDP per capita, that's pretty correlated with happiness. But the one thing that sticks out that's separate from GDP per capita in explaining happiness is, guess what? Opportunity. So opportunity seems to be both very challenging to achieve, but profoundly important to the way people feel about their lives, and I think that there's no surprise about that. There's no mystery about why that might be, but it's just one of those very powerful findings.
And within the different measures that we use to come up with our aggregate opportunity measure, are there particular things that stand out above all others as being important, or does that vary from situation to situation?
I don't know if we know that, but I would tell you that that in a way, when we get to concrete things like, is there decent health care, or do we have universal public education, those things are much more about, kind of, do we spend the money, do we build the buildings, do we hire the teachers, do we pass the laws, do we have honest government so that gets done. But when you get to opportunity, it gets into this very, kind of subtle world of how different kinds of people can relate to each other, and can they accept others, and are there these historical biases against gender or different ethnic backgrounds and so forth. And it just seems like that's inherently hard for human beings to deal with, and intangible. And so I think, I don't know, Mark, you know the literature much better than I, and Martha as well, but This is a great puzzle that I think we have to solve.
Mark, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, my reading of I'm not a specialist of the SPI as Michael is, but my reading of the construction of the index was the first two dimensions were somehow more basic than the third one. So in a way, it is not surprising that basic needs are more easily achieved. The foundation of well-being contains some basic elements also regarding education in particular. So perhaps it is not so surprising. But there is one aspect in the foundations which is not very successful, which is the sustainability or the protection of the environment dimension. And that's also an interesting point. So the opportunity dimension is indeed something that has more to do with people's the quality of social relations between people and the development of their rights and the inclusion in terms of status and non-discrimination. So that perhaps could be considered as not being that cheap to obtain as well. So I agree, it's a bit of a mystery, because even though it's probably something that is less tangible than the basic investment, it is something that could be probably achieved in a not too difficult way as well.
Mette.
Well, I recognize this trend. The Danes are the most happy people in the world, apparently. We've been that for several years. It's interesting that we are so high on all the things that you can acquire for money. Healthcare, public education. And when it comes to the sort of more intangible things like opportunity, we are struggling. And we are not there yet. Interesting, though, that we can reach that high level.
I mean, Marty, you know the American situation very well in particular, and you know, the sort of failure to really score well an opportunity even in the United States. I mean, what do you think can be done there? Have you learned anything about what could work from what you've heard today?
I do think that there are strong interconnections across opportunity, basic needs, and the foundations. I think that I'm struck reviewing an OSCE report on the best ways to promote social inclusion. Turns out education, rights, economic opportunity, it's very hard to disentangle. I also do think that it's important to think about the ecosystem within which opportunities arise. It's not enough, again, simply to have rights written down in a constitution. There are beautiful constitutions that have never been enforced. What does it take to actually realize rights? It's rights consciousness. It's decent institutions, it's trust. And so that's why I think there's interconnection here. I do think learning from sad experiences in the United States, we actually have, I think, growing distrust of major institutions, including law itself. The criminal justice system right now is in a terrible shape. And I think that there are ways in which investment in the, it may seem like softer activities, but the activities of public education, community, finding out what people care about so that they can have some sense of investment and recognizing their own involvement in the criminal justice system as an example. But I'm also struck by Amartya Sen's important research that those societies that have famines are more likely to be ones that don't have a free press. These different dimensions are interconnected. And so I think it's wrong to think, oh, let's get the basic human needs taken care of and then later we'll deal with rights. They're interconnected.
Well, you raise a very interesting point. I think probably from with my journalistic hat on, the case study that I find most challenging to me as a success story is the Rwandan story, where certainly you cannot argue with the tremendous progress that has been achieved in many fronts since the genocide under President Kagame, but clearly as a journalist I'm very aware of there's not a tolerant attitude towards the press in Rwanda. There are questions about its foreign policy and influence in Congo, and there's also now President Kagame deciding to stay on rather than step down, which for anyone familiar with certain African countries in the past becoming held up as success stories is a sort of, if not a red flag, it's certainly a sort of warning sign that maybe are we seeing peak Rwanda in terms of its success story. And I'd love to get your sense of for Michael in particular, as you know the country very well. I mean, how should we be thinking about their situation at the moment?
Well, this may not be a productive way to go, Matthew, at this point, because this is a tremendously, complicated and much debated issue around the world of how to interpret the Rwanda case. I think, if you're in Rwanda riding around in a car listening to the radio, there's immense press criticism all the time. If you look at the data that was shown earlier about the citizens' trust in their government, it's off the chart. So somehow our international institutions, certain of them, Human Rights Watch comes to mind, view of this country is actually different from the bottoms-up view of the citizen. And so I think the reason this is maybe a bit of a detour is the Gakacha process was a perfect example. The international community looked at Gakacha as bad. Because, oh no, the accused doesn't have a lawyer. But there was no way in anybody's imagination where everybody could have a lawyer. So was it better to move ahead pragmatically to get that done and achieve that reconciliation, which I think has pretty demonstrably been, at least a net positive, versus apply standards that we tend to apply from the outside world on a very, very poor country like Rwanda. So I'm not disagreeing, Matthew, with the tensions and concerns about this, but I can tell you that as there's sort of a group of advisors to Rwanda, that I'm part of, and every time we meet, this is the issue that's debated as well. We think we're doing the right thing here, but we have a lot of external criticism of what's going on, and is that real, or what do we make of that? And so I just want to highlight here just how hard it is to sort all this out.
That's helpful. I think to build on that a bit, I mean, obviously a number of the case studies talked about the role of democracy and the importance of democracy, but yet we heard also from Nepal, that in a sense removing royalty, moving to democracy was important, and yet democracy is now starting to maybe have second-round effects where you can't fire bad performers because they're unionized, and so. And I mean, how do we think about that question of democracy more generally in its relation to social purpose? And this is not obviously an idle question when you look at what's going on in China at the moment, for example, where very hard to read what Xi Jinping is really trying to do. Is he trying to establish rule of law and drive corruption out, or is he building an even more entrenched dynasty of his own? Martha, what do you think?
Well, I was very struck by the design principles, the one particularly about making sure that the criteria used in the evaluations could apply everywhere. And so we have to be careful about, cultural myopia and political myopia. Why do you have to have a lawyer in order to have credibility in conflict resolution? At the same time, we can step back and say there are functions, social functions, like predictability, conflict resolution. You need something that will exist. And here, I think it is very important to think not just first generation, but second generation. And again, the Nepal example is so striking that the democratic institutions as they exist help to explain why there was rapid development of local schools, for example, for local politicians to be able to deliver to their communities. On the other hand, if there's not building into that democratic structure, thinking about this next generation, that there need to be accountability measures built in so that the teachers aren't simply protected by their political parties, you may actually have one step forward, two steps backward. So I think that's the challenge with democracy, that's the challenge with any system. How do you think not just short term, but long term? And the long-term thinking seems to me so central to this entire discussion, how to have long-term thinking. You need to have institutions that are flexible, but can make a commitment for a long time.
And that also was interesting. An aside made in the Nepal presentation was somehow that they were able to insulate the social progress spending from some of the internal political stuff that was going on, and how you do that would be a fascinating subject.
In Costa Rica is an excellent example of that, because there's some social spending that's literally in the Constitution. I mean, it is required. There's no debate. Education is one of those areas. Now, then the question is that money going to be wasted? Do you have accountability? You know, so I think we're seeing, you know, why the world moves fitfully in the right direction, hopefully, because it's, you know, it's complicated. The other thing that I'm thinking, and Martha's comment is triggered, you know, we've got all this data and we've looked at a lot of it, but we have never really looked at the kind of clustering of progress on across issues. And, you know, and I think that, I mean, that's the statistician's, you know, light goes off here. And there's some, you know, statistical work that we can do here. I think it's going to be quite interesting to show if we don't just have random patterns of where countries do well or do poorly, that there are also sort of clusters or interconnections among issue areas that can help us explain, you know, certain levels of progress.
Were there some that leapt to mind as you were thinking about that?
I'm sorry?
Particular issues where you think that might be particularly...
You know, I'm just noticing I mean, Martha just mentioned one area about the connection between perhaps certain kinds of tolerance or rights issues and education. And the nature of education and progress of education. And I mean, I found it fascinating that the kind of women's gender equality seemed to have spillover effects. That is, you know, it was a measure of social progress itself, but it just seemed to go beyond that somehow. And that has to perhaps which may have to do with you know, the way women you know, the way women play a role in you know, constructive advancement of some of these topics, that if they're not empowered in the society and if they don't have equity in the society, that role doesn't get played. So that would just be a very simple example. But this is once again. This is like 10,000 PhD dissertations. The University of Iceland could go to town on this. You know, and citations would go up.
You know, best predictor of reducing child mortality is investment in women's education. That's not so surprising, but not many countries follow up on it. At the same time, it turns out conflict resolution is improved when women have gender equity. Now, why is that? Women's involvement in many different kinds of social sectors turns out to be a plus for society. So I do think your work on the statistics would be great to try to promote analysis of covariance or multiple regression.
Yeah.
Mark, I saw you scribbling away.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to reinforce what Martha said earlier about democracy as an ideal that doesn't always work well. And indeed, I think it's important to distinguish the institutions from the ideal that should guide them. And again, the principle that we should look at outcomes rather than inputs may play a role here, because when we just measure certain aspects in terms of the institutions that are in place, we may be missing what is actually happening to people in their daily life and in the decisions that are made. And so democracy has to do with empowering people, giving them control over their lives, and not sterilizing power relations and giving equal power to people who shouldn't have equal power, because some are really strongly affected by the decisions and others are much less affected. So it's a fine issue to analyze, but the idea, I think, is really to look at outcomes as much as possible.
So we're coming towards the end of our discussion, but I want each panelist to end by maybe offering throwing out a challenge to the audience as to how we can use this kind of data, use SPI data in their own situations to achieve more useful evidence about what works and better policy. But before we get to that, I have one other question that came out of the discussion this morning, which particularly was, again, the Nepal case. But I mean, in general, as Michael just said, there is this message about holistic approaches, joined-up approaches. Public-private partnerships came through a lot, and the Nepal case mentioned that we all believe public-private partnerships have got to be at the center of the way forward in doing these holistic approaches, but very hard to think of any good examples of it working well. And I wonder why that is and what can be done about that. Michael, do you have any thoughts on that at all?
Well, you know, the public-private partnership is something that's much discussed as a, you know, very important way of thinking about, you know, accelerating a lot of things that need to be done. I mean, I think we're finding all around the world governments don't have enough money. They lack a lot of sort of, let's call it, operational capabilities to kind of move certain things forward. The private sector, that's what the private sector does. It makes things happen, or it goes bankrupt. So generally, they're a little better at it. And if you look at all the investment capital in the world, the private sector collectively dwarfs, you know, all the other institutions. So I think so at least at that level, public-private partnership sounds really good. And my own view is as you know, Matthew, I've been very, very focused on how the private sector itself, without a, quote, PPP, can and must, you know, engage much more proactively in many things that are now seen as social issues, really in the inherently connecting those to the business itself. And that, so I guess my view is that the public-private partnership structure gets complicated because it involves a legal structure and a lot of issues about division of who gets this and who gets that and who's in charge and who's not in charge. And so I've come to believe that the public-private partnership is really, really powerful in certain kind of discrete areas. So for example, running infrastructure projects where you can divide up, you know, find a good way to pay and so forth. But on many aspects, I personally believe that we have to engage much more the business community, the private sector, as businesses in affecting positively those areas in which their business gives them resources and skills and technologies. So, and that often requires a flip of the switch in terms of how private sector companies think. So for example, a very major example is now the food industry, where historically we've had, you know, very large industry in this world called the food and beverage industry, and they were the food and beverage industry, and their job was to feed the people of the world and provide, you know, calories and nutrition, and that was the problem. But now I think as we learn more about society, we start to see that food and beverage industry can be part of the problem. So we've seen companies like Nestle, who's a striking example, but there are others, I'm no longer a food company. I'm now a nutrition company. That's how I think about myself. That's my job. My competitive success in my market is going to be the ability to demonstrate and differentiate myself in superiority in doing that, in providing, you know, healthy nutrition. And Nestle is now actually doing clinical trials on kind of food as medicine. And so that's an example of how if the private sector reconceives of itself in terms of its impact on society in its field, then I think that is very powerful and very actionable. But the idea that we can construct these partnership structures to deal with, you know, complex societal issues, I think that's that's more of that's one tool, but I don't think it's a solution.
And it's interesting, we heard earlier about examples involving Walmart and Cargill experimenting with SPI, and we've had other partnerships with Coca-Cola and Natura. Obviously, Cisco and Banco Compartamos were early funders of SPI, and Deloitte is an ongoing partner. I just wondered, you wanted to make some brief remarks before we go to our closing comment.
Basically two things. I see so many good examples of both companies and private equity entering into partnerships with governments, providing factories in Nepal, impact bonds on youth unemployment, family centers in Greenland. One of the challenges there is both setting up the partnership, but most of all measuring outcomes if you have payment for success, which is increasingly the ambition here. that we need to be able to measure success, and in many parts it's difficult to isolate success, for instance in youth unemployment. The other, I think, point is that what I see is that government has an issue in just working across sectors within itself. So the cross-silo, cross-departmental cooperation around some of the complex issues that we need to solve is as important and difficult as partnering up with companies.
Great. Well, I think covered a lot of ground here, and I want each of you just to end briefly with maybe an aspiration, a vision for how we might better use the SPI, and how the people in this room could use SPI to help us build a better world over the next year or two. So why don't we start with Martha?
Okay. I wanted, if you allow me to...
Mark, sorry.
You said Martha.
Martha, Michael, they all sound the same. Meta, we're all M's here. What's going on?
Go ahead, please.
Please, no. Please.
Well, if you allow me, I wanted to raise a challenge, actually, and to make an offer to the SPI community. The challenge is that we didn't talk very much this morning, the word didn't come up very often about inequalities. And this is something that is at the top of the agenda of various administrations, including the American one. One key difficulty with inequalities is the fact that you have multiple dimensions in people's life, and these dimensions tend to correlate, and so you have an accumulation of the disadvantages at the bottom of the distribution, and such accumulation can not be really recorded with indicators like the SPI, which really look at various domains without looking at the individuals first before looking at the averages or the aggregation.
So just quickly, we're short of time, can you just bring us to the challenge?
So that's the challenge. So we should try to think of the SPI, something that could be perhaps refined to incorporate more about this correlation between dimensions, and that requires probably investing a lot in data, and that was one of the main recommendations of the Stiglitz Commission on this issue. The offer was that perhaps something that we could try to build, and that the group, the Panel on Social Progress, of which I'm a member, and we have the pleasure to count Michael as a member of the advisory committee that is chaired by Amartya Sen. This panel, I think, is providing something that supplements the work of SPI very well, because we are looking for a long-term vision of what society can become and where it goes. And so building a narrative is something that perhaps is needed, supplementing the statistical work. Even the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, provide a list of items. They don't really provide a narrative about a vision of what we would like to achieve in a very coherent or sort of appealing, very attractive and motivating way. So that's something perhaps that we could try to achieve together, and supplementing one another's works.
And now Martha.
Two challenges. One is to identify a way that the global challenges can be taken into account locally. So the global challenges including climate change, including conflicts between people, including the way technology is changing work, and the flat labor markets mean that no place is immune from this. So all of those are things way beyond the control of localities. And so thinking through what is it that localities can do, or even nation states, when these are global trends. The second is to pick up another word that we didn't talk much about, which is the imperative part of SPI. The imperative, the sense of this is urgent, this is an obligation. I love the idea that it's in the name. It's like a performative utterance. When you say it, you now have to do it. But how can that be combined with a sense of the patience? I love the picture of the child in the presentation about Iceland, that in order to grow, you have to be able to deal with failure, be resilient, stand up again, not blame people when there was failure, and so have a sense of imperative, but with enough patience. And can that be built into the measure so that there isn't this constant drive, have you succeeded on your SPI? When in fact, it's going to take some steps in different directions, and there will have to be room for failure.
Meta?
We see a lot of potential in sort of further development of SPI into subsets of indicators, for instance, of youth unemployment, enabling us to learn more and be able to share more specific solutions. So this being a sort of a challenge, but also what I hope could be a common ambition, that we will support the development of subsectors, and also we will be interested in hearing from you what kind of subsectors could be interesting for you. We know that one on youth unemployment will be very interesting for most of Europe at the moment, but there could be others, enabling us to go sort of more into detail on specific topics.
I give the last word to Michael.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody here on this panel for some phenomenally interesting thoughts. And again, I got pages full of notes here, and I don't know what we're going to do to get all this done, but we're going to get it done. I'm looking at Michael over there, metaphorically, because I can't see him. I guess I would say at a very specific level about this morning's session, I would say that what we did this morning was we started on a fairly small scale to look at what works across a limited number of topics in a limited number of settings. And I think, even that was amazingly interesting and rich. And so I think for us that are directly involved in this effort, I think we have to find ways to scale this effort. This was a good start, but it's clearly an endeavor that is going to benefit by scaling, by looking at more examples and more topics. And then I think the second thing we need to do is we need to start to put together at least what are the elements of telling your story about a particular issue in a particular country. Today we sort of had a lot of different ways in which our panelists described their circumstances and the issue. But I think what we've learned at HBS, Harvard Business School, is that where we use cases, as our kind of core teaching methodology, is we need to find a way to structure a case. We need to figure out what goes in the case, what topics are included, what sort of set of issues should we make sure the case covers, to give ourselves enough of a common set of examples that we can then start to learn, accelerate learning across them. So I think what we need to try to do is, based on this rich discussion today, we need to create a little bit of a template of what are, and I think we've learned today, again, we've learned that policies matter, we've learned that general institutions matter, we've learned that if there was any conflict, that's highly relevant, that we should always look into the women's inclusion, as part of the story. I think there's a set of elements here that I think are starting to constitute the set of considerations that seem to be mixing together to decide, to determine what works in a particular case. And I think the more we can start to create a framework around that, not a model, not a mathematical model, but just a framework of what are the considerations, I think that is going to be the next big contribution hopefully this work could make beyond the measurement itself. So hopefully we'll do that. And if next time we meet, we'll be able to take it to another level.
Great. Well, I think, as I said this morning, that whole question of providing a common framework, a common language around what works, and the tools for people who are committed to spreading what works to make us all better off. I mean, that was the purpose for this index being created in the first place. And the energy today I found tremendous. I found the case studies just tremendously exciting. And I think my challenge to everyone here, we've all been, I think, overwhelmed by the extent to which people have taken this up and applied it in all sorts of different ways, at city levels, at municipal levels, in the jungle, in the city, in companies, in social enterprises. Our challenge to everyone here is let's take it further. Let's experiment more with it. Let's come back with more stories of success and of failure that we can learn from, but hopefully more of success than failure, and we can have a greater confidence about what works when we reconvene next year. So thank you very much for the panel. Thank you.
Mike, Mark, Martha, Mette, Matthew, thank you so much. Something that came out of the discussion this morning was about culture, appropriate solutions for local context, engagement of citizens. So I'm really excited about who we have coming up next, who are Dave Erasmus and Louis Cole. You probably haven't heard of them before. And I'm not quite sure how to say this, but the reason you may not have heard of them is maybe because, like me, you're too old. Sorry, I couldn't think of a better way of saying it. But Dave and Louis have been ripping up YouTube for the last month, exciting social innovators around the world about finding solutions with a project called Solvi. And I'm delighted they're here to come and tell you a little bit about what they've been doing. Dave, Louis, welcome.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Louis Cole. For the last 3.5 years, I've been traveling the world, having adventures, and sharing those adventures pretty much every day on YouTube to a large audience, accumulating around 200 million views. And amongst my travels, I've seen the beauty of the world, but I've also seen some of the things that need to change. So for the last 30 days, me and Dave have been traveling the world, looking for compassionate problem solvers. We've been hosting some discussion groups in various countries with young people, starting in Ethiopia. We've then gone to Dubai, New Delhi, Shanghai, Seoul, Tokyo, Rio, and finishing here in Reykjavik in Iceland. And this happens to be my 70th country that I've been to. And even last night we were having an amazing discussion with some of the young people here. And it's been a privilege and humbling to hear from some of these small voices from around the world. We've been asking 3 questions in these little discussion groups. One, one thing would they want to change in this world around them, in their country or in the world, to see things flourish more? Secondly, what works? What have they seen working? What innovations or ideas have been working around them that they're inspired by? And then thirdly, and this is the important one, is what ideas do they have to see solutions to some of the problems around them, no matter how ambitious those ideas are? So today, we are inviting globally people to submit videos with their ideas, I guess identifying the things that matter most to them and how they can see those ideas bringing solutions to some of the global issues. And to help us do that, I'd like to invite on stage the Icelandic Prime Minister. Hello. So the way I'm going to do this is my most engaged social platform in terms of kind of speed of interaction and engagement is Snapchat. So this is a platform where you can share short videos, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to film. It's a 10-second video, and what I need you to say. So I'm just going to prep people and say, okay, we're ready to go, and you just need to say the line, "Submit your Solvi video idea now." Okay? And then this will be flying out to globally to an audience of, I think, 130,000 people in the next few hours will view this. So, okay, guys, it's time. We're ready to go.
Submit the survey video right now.
Do it. Go, go, go. Awesome. So, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you, Michael. And thanks, Louis. We don't often wear suits, I must confess, but today is a special day as we are representing the brave creative leaders that we have met all around the world in the last month that have trusted us with their expressions of what it's like to live in their country and sometimes their most vulnerable dreams. It's a privilege to stand here next to a man who represents a democracy that has proven to be working and to do so in a conference explicitly aiming at looking at how we can do more with what we already have. And right now, as we stand here, ideas are flying into us from around the world. People expressing, sometimes for the first time, their most audacious dreams of how to change this world and improve it for all those who live in it. And to you, I say thank you, and we are listening, and we will respond. I believe that we're entering a time of unprecedented existential risk, a time of evolutionary step change in the human condition. And the ideas and systems that have served us thus far will increasingly become irrelevant as we move forwards. We have to invest in a different kind of mind. So I implore any of the state leaders that are listening to this today to invest in the compassionate problem solvers that are already in your country, to educate, collaborate, and to celebrate those that are acting with bravery, that are daring to talk about audacious ideas, especially when they come from the quietest of voices. As we've traveled around the world this month, we've noticed that what works is creating space for people to express themselves. What works is giving people the courage to act vulnerably with compassion to the things that they've experienced. What works is inviting and encouraging audacious dreams and then encouraging them to execute ruthlessly on a plan that is tangible. We all need to work together to continue to create the conditions for human flourishing in an unprecedented future. If you state leaders do not know how to find the people that are in your country that are daring to breathe life into dreams like this, then ask us and we will try to work together to help you find them and support them. Thank you for listening, and we look forward to your response to these ideas.
And I should also say, it's Louis's birthday today. Happy birthday, Louis. You've kind of met him already, but let me formally introduce to you now Prime Minister Sigurdur Johannsson of Iceland. Sir, you're very welcome. Why is social progress important in Iceland?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to have this opportunity today to discuss the competitiveness of nations with leading scientists and academics in this field. This is, in fact, a unique opportunity to assess and consider current situation, to examine the criteria constituting the grounds of competitiveness, and last but not least, to address how we may utilize this knowledge for improving living conditions in individual countries. It is my sincere hope that today's event will indeed become an annual event here in Iceland, reflecting in an interesting manner the future vision and policy formulation of nations, and that it may also generate interest in the achievement we have made here in Iceland. It is important to bear in mind that we cannot obtain any guidelines or seek one truth as to how societies may be structured in the most sensible and fair manner. The truth of the matter is that every single nation must find its own path based on its history and conventions, as well as on the opportunities entailed in the country's nature and environment. We Icelanders know very well how something that once was considered as a negative factor that reduces the quality of life suddenly became a positive factor that increases our competitiveness in modern times. This may probably be best seen by how Iceland's glaciers rivers used to be the greatest hindrances and hard to overcome, however, have now become a basic source for the generation of environmentally friendly energy. Barren and harsh landscape, which did not yield much, is now the main reason for the extensive increase in the number of tourists coming to Iceland to see the vast and impressive Icelandic panorama. The ocean around Iceland, which took many human lives, now yields valuable food throughout the world. Just over a century ago, Iceland was considered to be such a harsh place that it was deemed to be nearly uninhabitable. At that time, Iceland had limited competitiveness other than that entailed in its romantic, patriotic poetry, frequently intended to attract back to Iceland the very few Icelanders who managed to go abroad to seek an education. A change occurred at the turn of the century 1900 when the Icelanders were able to utilize the natural resources here in Iceland, both in terms of fisheries and agriculture. Productivity rapidly increased, and gradually the Icelanders had something to offer at the international marketplace. It is tempting to link this fact to how, at this point in time, the Icelanders received confirmation of Iceland's sovereignty. The nation's independence are without doubt among the most important assets of the nation, so to speak. Interestingly, a common factor among the nations at the top of the list of the Social Progress Index, which is being discussed here today, is that they operate an independent monetary policy and have their own currency. The index is indeed not based on direct hardcore economic factors, hence drawing too much conclusion on monetary issues on grounds of the index should be avoided. Nevertheless, this is an interesting fact and underlines the importance of nations' independence when it comes to strengthen competitiveness. Adjustment competence and flexibility, which independent economic systems possess more than others, are necessary factors for a nation's competitiveness. The science of economy is the field of expertise that people turn to regarding various issues relating to sensible management of the economic systems. We politicians know, however, that this alone does not suffice, and furthermore know that the discipline of economy can miss various things that are important for the welfare of the individual. Hence, it is clear that the SPI is better than other indexes in measuring economic growth, performance, and the prosperity of nations, as it includes more variables in its calculations. Variables are significant when assessing the quality of our societies. Ladies and gentlemen, referring to the aforementioned, however, we do realize that nothing is to be taken for granted. Societies that once were considered as strong and solid have collapsed, leaving their population in chaos and despair. Europe's recent history contains examples of this, as well as several of the worst areas of conflict in the world. These are reminders to us all for safeguarding that which unites us and calls upon us not to place peace in jeopardy. It should surprise no one that Iceland is among the top-ranking nations in terms of the indicators that measure the general quality of society. We must nevertheless constantly answer new and pressing questions about the strength of Iceland's infrastructures. We also know that notwithstanding the benefits of independence and our special position, we should look outside of Iceland and compare ourselves with other nations, learn from them, and hopefully have something that they can learn from us. Exchanging information, as we are doing here today, help us better understand the factors that work in similar circumstances as ours. There are many things indicating that Iceland strength is entailed in the fields of prosperity and sustainability. The task ahead is therefore to ensure effective economic management and a good monetary policy, and to continue on our path of prosperity and tolerance that indeed exists in Iceland. The Social Progress Index is a tool that can certainly work in Iceland. By the same token, it does elsewhere. Allow me to express my appreciation for having this opportunity to follow the input and effort of the experts who are here today. I hope that all of this will prove useful in rendering Iceland as a better and more just society. Thank you.
Prime Minister, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prime Minister. It now leaves me to say a few words of closing. When our friends at GECON proposed this idea of this conference, we thought it was a risk worth trying. We hope it was a risk worth trying. We have certainly enjoyed it. We hope you have enjoyed it and found it productive. But don't lie to me now. Be honest to us on the feedback forms. So we're tweeting out now a feedback form. It's also the Social Progress Imperative website. Let us know what you thought, what we can do better, and what we can do to improve this as we build on this year by year. Because I think there's a real excitement and momentum, certainly from a lot of the people I've spoken to, who really want to see this conversation continuing. It leads me to say thank you to some really important people. And many people go into making these things happen. But we would not be here without the generous support of our sponsors. And so I really want to give a big, big thank you to Novator, to Arion Bank, the Prime Minister's Office, the University of Iceland, WOW Airlines, Reykjavik Loves, and Deloitte, who have all supported that. So can you please give them a round of applause? Thanks also to the speakers who have come from the four corners of this earth to be here and share their wisdom with us. It truly is appreciated. But most of all, thank you to you all for coming and being part of this conversation with us. We really enjoyed it. Hope to see you again soon and definitely next year. Thank you and goodbye. If you can't get enough, 3:10, we'll be having a signing of the Reykjavik Social Progress Index right outside, myself and the Mayor. So come and join the event.